Hello, everyone. Can you all please confirm if my screen is visible and if I'm audible to all of you all clearly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
So this is Jayanti from the
Yes.
team, and I'll be taking up this training for the 2 days. So before we get started with the training, quickly about how we are going to go about it. So as all of you all know, this is a training of 4 hours on each day with a break of 10 minutes in between. I'm recording the session, and I'll be sharing the recording of the session with all of you all who are attending this training session. So there are two things. First is please do join the training session with your registered name so that it is easy for us to find out the email, your email ID while sharing the recording. Okay. And secondly, please be on the training. Just don't drop off after 5 minutes or so, because in that case, we do not share the recording with the people who are not joining the session. Okay. I'm already recording it, so you don't need to record it separately. I'll be sharing this recording with all of you. Okay. As I'll be sharing the recording, you all can take shorter breaks in between if you want, but there will be a break of 10 minutes in between. After the training is done on both the days, I'll be sharing a post-training assignment with all of you all. It will be a virtual assistant building assignment. So you have to configure a virtual assistant as per the use case given to you, assigned to you. And you can work on that assignment for 2 weeks. And once you complete the configuration, you have to export and email those configuration files back to me for evaluation. We will evaluate how you have done your configuration, and on that we will certify that you have completed the basic training session. Okay. While while working on the assignment, if you have any issues or any questions with the configurations, you can always email me your questions. While the training is going on, at the end of each topic, I'll definitely ask you all if you all have any questions regarding the discussion we are having. You can ask me your questions or stop me anywhere if you feel that you are not able to understand the configuration that I'm discussing. Also, after the training is done, once you receive the recording, if you have any questions, you always, you can always email me your questions. During the training, as I'll be demonstrating how to use Core AI's XO platform to build a virtual assistant, my request will be to see how I'm doing the configuration. It will be difficult for you all if you'll try to do it along with me, because in that case, you will miss seeing what configuration I'm doing. But you always have the recording for your reference purpose. So once I share the recording, you all can try to build a virtual assistant as per the discussions that I'm having during this training session. Okay. I will be using some slides. Okay. Once again, I'm not allowing this recording locally because I'm already doing it, and I'll be sharing the entire recording with you all. Slides, I'll be just using an initial few slides. I'll share these with you all. Okay, but I won't be using slides throughout the training session, because mostly it will be demonstration on how to use the platform in order to build the virtual assistant. Okay. Any questions still here? Okay. So the release of the version of the XO platform that we are using is the 10.1 version. This is the recent version that we have. It has all the recent features that has been implemented on our platform. I'll be using the cloud instance of a bot builder. And as this is a developer's training, all of you all should have access to the bot builder platform. The topics are divided into 2 days. Today, we are going to discuss about how we are going to configure different types of intents or tasks within the virtual assistant. So we will start off with dialogue tasks, followed by FAQs, followed by small talk, followed by how to configure digital forms and initiate those digital forms from the dialogue tasks, and how to use data tables, because Core AI provides data as a service as well. Okay. tomorrow's training session, and if time permits, we will also see how to add a channel, the web channel, deploy the bot on the channel, and the end user experience by connecting to the bot on the browser. So these will be the topics of today's discussion, where we will be discussing about the different types of intents that can be configured, how to do it, how to deploy the bot, and connect to the bot as an end user. In tomorrow's training session, we will be more focused on discussing on how to build the intelligence of the bot to understand the various inputs or statements coming from the end user and qualify the intents correctly or the tasks correctly. So we will be talking about training the NLP engine of this virtual assistant. When we are training, of course, testing goes hand in hand so that we can see how well the NLP engine is performing after it has been trained. So we'll be testing the virtual assistant, and then we will look into the various analytics reports that is supported on our platform, which will help the developers to monitor the bot performance after it has been deployed to the end users. And finally, we will end tomorrow's session with how to share, import, and export the virtual assistant configuration. So by the end of these 2 days of training session, you should be having an end-to-end idea about the key features that every developer needs to know when they are using the XO platform to build their virtual assistants. Clear till here? Okay, I'm muting all of y'all. If y'all have any questions, please unmute yourself and ask your questions. Okay, now, like I was telling, since this is a developer's training, and you all need to build a virtual assistant to complete this particular, course and get certified, all of y'all should have access to our developers, that is the bot builder. This is the link to access our clouds instance of the bot builder. I'll be sharing this link in some time with you all. And after the training is done, please create your accounts by going to this particular website. So the moment you go to this website, it will ask you to log in with your email address. If the email address is new, you will be redirected to the sign up page where you need to provide your profile details like your first name, your last name, your company name, and the password of your choice. This will create an account for you through which you can access the bot builder. Whenever you want to access your account or your workspace, you have to log in with the email address that you have provided and the password. Okay, so all of y'all should create your own accounts so that y'all can explore the bot builder tool, which will help y'all to build your virtual assistants. Now, once the trainings are done, both the basic and the advanced, and you want to start working with your company's account of the bot builder, you need to have access to that account. So then you can request the admin of the XO platform, who will be one of your colleagues, okay, managing that account from your company's side, to give you access to their account. But that comes later on. Initially, during the training session, create your own accounts and use this account in order to look into the different features, create your own virtual assistant during the training session is on, and for the certification purposes. Is it clear? Okay. There's one thing, if in case I get disconnected or something while the training session is on, please be online. I'll change my network and connect back. So let's get started with the XO platform. And before we go into how to use XO platform and all, quickly just a brief discussion on what is a virtual assistant, because many of you might be new to this domain. So as you all know that when we interact with computer applications, we either interact using command-based, syntaxes, okay, or we go into a GUI environment. So if you are using a command-based interface, your command has to be syntactically correct. Then only the application can process your request and return the response to you. In the same way, if you are in a GUI, it's a menu-driven interface. So you need to know which menu to go, what options to select in order to provide your, request, and then the request is processed and the response is returned to you. Now, both these ways of communicating with the computer applications is not natural. When we say natural, we mean the natural languages that we use in our regular conversations. Natural languages are the free-flowing languages that we use. Like right now, I'm talking in English language. So English is one of the natural languages, and we are guided by the rules of the natural language when we are using it in our conversation. And we learn these natural languages right from our childhood. So it is easier for us or any person to communicate using the natural language rather than learn a new way of, interaction with the computer application. So this is the scenario where the virtual assistant comes into play, where it helps the end user to interact with the computer applications using the natural languages. And this kind of an interface is referred to as a conversational user interface. Now, it's good that when we say that we can just talk to the computer application in any one of the natural languages that we know. But the major challenge when it comes with natural language is that we can express our requirements or a statement in multiple different ways in a natural language. So today in a banking domain, if you would like to check your account balance in the natural language, let's say in English, we can ask for this task in multiple different ways. Someone can say a very simple statement like, I need to check my balance. Somebody else says, how much money do I have in my account? A third person says that I need to see if there are enough funds available in my account. Or somebody says, I'm planning a vacation. I'm not sure if I have funds for that. Now, all of these statements in a banking domain actually means the end user would like to check his account balance. So when we are saying that a virtual assistant will allow the end user to talk to the computer application in the natural language, the virtual assistant needs to understand all of these inputs coming from the user and qualify the task correctly. How will the virtual assistant do that? Every virtual assistant will have an internal component, a built-in engine, which is referred to as the natural language processing engine. And it is this engine that is trained to understand inputs coming in the natural language and qualify the tasks correctly. So whenever an utterance comes from the end user, utterance means the inputs, the statements coming from the end user, the NLP engine of that virtual assistant will try to understand what task the user is requesting for. And this step is referred to as the intent recognition. Intent means intention of the user, the task the user wants to perform. So what task the user wants to perform, that is referred to as the intent recognition. Now, once a task is qualified or the intent has been qualified, what is the next thing? To complete that task, the virtual assistant will need some information. Like, let's say there is a task called check balance. And when I say something like, I would like to see the available funds in my account, using the training that has been provided, the NLP engine of the virtual assistant qualifies the check balance task. But once the task is completed, to continue with the task, the virtual assistant will need some information. What information in this case? The account number of the end user, because without the account number, it cannot fetch the balance of that particular user. So this account number becomes an information that is required to complete that particular task. And all of these information will be stored within containers, which are referred to as entities. So entities are like variables. Okay, and these entities will hold all the information that is required to complete a particular intent. So extracting information or, gathering those information from the end users that is required to complete a particular conversation and storing it within the respective entities is the next responsibility of the NLP engine. So during this training session, today we are going to look into how we configure different types of intents within the virtual assistant. And in tomorrow's training session, we will see how to train the NLP engine to qualify all of those intents. Both of these are very important for a developer. You just cannot build the tasks and deploy the bot, because in that case, your virtual assistant will fail to qualify the task when utterances come from the user. Okay, and we will see both of these aspects in this training session. Clear till here? Any questions? Okay. So Core AI's Exo platform, this is the one that I've been talking about. It's an end-to-end solution to design, build, train, test, and deploy AI-powered chatbots. So one single platform from where the developers can design the prototypes of the expected conversations, can build the tasks to represent these designs, can train the NLP engine, test the performance of the NLP engine, deploy the virtual assistant to the end users, and the platform also supports multiple reports which will help the developers to monitor the bot performance after it has been deployed to the end users. So these are some of the features. I'm not going into the details of these features because most of these features we are going to discuss it while we are looking into the configurations of the virtual assistant. Okay. Any questions still here? Okay, so I'm not going through the rest of the slides because they are just discussions on whatever we will be discussing or seeing the configuration during the training session. I'll be just switching over to the platform and we will start off with creating a virtual assistant and working with the different configurations. So once you log in, okay, to your, this is the link to access the bot builder tool. I'm sharing this link with all of y'all. Okay, y'all can create your accounts once the training is done. If y'all have any issues while creating the account, take a screenshot of that and share it with me on email. Okay, I'll get back to our support team if there are any issues regarding this. Okay. So once you create an account and you log into your account with your email address and the password, you will, the first time you'll get a lot of guided helps coming up. On the right somewhere, you will get start from scratch. Click on start from scratch, okay, and you will come to your landing page. This landing page will show you all the virtual assistants that has been built by you. Initially, when you create your account, you will not get any virtual assistant name coming up over here because you have not yet started building virtual assistants within your account. But once you start off building virtual assistants, you will see the names of those assistants coming up here. If you click on any one of these virtual assistants, it will open the configuration of that particular virtual assistant. Okay. On the top, you get the next tab over here called the data. Okay, now this is where Core AI provides data as a service as a part of this platform offering. So we can define tables internally within the platform, and we can use these tables in the tasks that we are configuring within this virtual assistants. Why do we need table? Because virtual assistants are just an interface. So today you define a task within your virtual assistant to gather some information from the end user, which will be processed later on. Once the task comes to an end, that particular information is lost. Okay, so in order to save these information that you are collecting from the end users through the various tasks which are configured within the virtual assistant, you can define tables internally and store the information there. Okay, of course, you can connect to external databases also through API calls. In today's session, we will see how to create tables and how to use those tables in the virtual assistant that we will be configuring. The next comes the marketplace, where you get a lot of predefined templates. Okay, so these are templates for different kinds of domains with different types of solutions. And they come with some pre-configured tasks and NLP training. So after you complete your training session and you're going ahead with using the Core AI Expo platform to build your virtual assistants, you can either go in for building the entire virtual assistant right from the scratch, or you can come to this marketplace, look into the supported templates, okay, read about the purpose of this particular template, and if it matches with your requirement, you can use that template, which will download a bot with the configuration which is defined within this template. Of course, that configuration has to be customized because it comes with some common tasks which are required for that domain, okay, and with an NLP training to qualify those tasks. But whatever configurations are there, they have to be customized as per your domain or as per your requirement, okay? But please do not use these templates while you are in the training session or you're working on your assignments, which are given to you all after the session is over. These templates are available free for anybody who is creating the account within our clouds deployment. But for enterprise accounts, it depends on whether your enterprise has opted for those templates or not. So if your enterprise has not opted for these templates may not be available to you. Clear till here? Okay. Next comes the invite button. When you create your account, you are the owner of this particular workspace, which is created by you, and you can create virtual assistants within this workspace. But if you want to invite your co-developers or maybe your team members to access your account or your workspace so that they can create their virtual assistants within your workspace, or going ahead, you might like to share your virtual assistant with your co-developers. In both of these scenarios, what you first need to do is to click on this invite button and provide the email address of the developer whom you would like to invite to your workspace. Click on the invite button over here, which will shoot an email to the concerned developer with a link to access your workspace. If he is a new developer, as soon as he clicks on this link, he will be asked to log in. And if the email address is new, he will be asked to sign up. Okay. And once he signs up, he will be given, placed within your account, and he can start building the virtual assistants within your workspace. And if he is an already existing developer whose profile details are available within our platform, then he will be directly put within your workspace. He will get access to your workspace where he can build his own virtual assistants, or he can see the configurations of any other virtual assistant that has been shared with him. Okay, but in tomorrow's training session, we will see how after inviting a developer as the owner of a bot, you can share your bot with your co-developers. Okay. Okay. The help button provides you with proactive help topics over here. We have a very detailed documentation for the developers. This should be your first stop if you have any issues or you're not able to understand any configurations that you want to do. So we have very detailed step-by-step instructions given over here. And you can follow those steps to get your configuration done. During the training session, we will have an overview of each of these configurations. I won't be able to go into the details, but going ahead, if you would like to look into the details of a particular feature that we are discussing during the training session, please look into our documentation for that purpose. Okay, so the link is available over here, that is help and documentation. We also have an active developers community. You can refer to the community to see existing posts on any, configuration for which you're looking for an help, or you can post your questions within the community. Our support team looks into the incoming questions over here, and they will respond back with the solution. Or you can contact our support team from here for further help. Okay, clear till here? Okay. Now, these are the different workspaces. So if some other developer is sharing their workspace with you, okay, the default will be the one that you have created. But if somebody else shares their workspace with you, you can see the names of the workspace coming up over here. You can switch over to another workspace by clicking over here. Okay, and if they have shared a bot with you from their workspace, you will get to see the name of the virtual assistant coming up. You can click on that to see the configurations of that virtual assistant. Okay, and finally, we have the profile button here. The profile button over the profile option will show you all your sign up details. App language is the language used for the bot builder tool. So currently you can see all my menus and headers and all coming up in the English language. If you would like to change the language of the bot builder tool, remember this is not what we are talking about, the conversations that will take place. Okay, that is something else. This is the language which is used to present all your menus and choices within the bot builder tool. Okay, so if you would like to change the language, we do it from the app language. The bot builder tool is supported in 3 languages. One is the English language and the other 2 languages are Japanese and Korean. So in order to change the language, you can come here, select the language, click on save, and you will see the interface language of the bot builder tool, which is used for presenting the menus and choices and all, will change to that selected language. Okay, we'll be using the English language during the training session. And finally, we have a separate console or interface for the admins of the platform, from where they can do bot management, rule management, security management, and so on. And if you have admin access, then you can switch over to the admin console from this particular option. But for this, you need to have the admin access. Okay, so if you have created your own account, you are the admin. But if you have joined your enterprise's account, then you may not be the admin of that particular account. So this choice may not come up to you. So we will be discussing the details of the admin console in the advanced training session. Any questions still here? Okay, so instead of opening the configuration of an existing virtual assistant and discussing the configurations there, I'm going to build a virtual assistant right from the scratch and show you all the configuration step by step. I'll also export this bot configuration and share the bot export after the training is done, that is after tomorrow's training is done, so that you all can import this configuration within your workspaces and have this particular virtual assistant for reference purposes. Okay. So we will start off with clicking on new bot over here. The first thing when you are creating a new bot is you need to put the name of the bot over here. Okay, your name should speak about the persona of the bot. So that is the best way we can name the bot. Though there will be no errors if we name the bot as bot 1, bot 2, bot 3, but those are not good names because the name of the bot is displayed within the conversation window, and a proper name will help the end users of the bot to understand what kind of tasks or tasks belonging to which domain can be handled by this particular virtual assistant. Okay, so since I'm building a banking solution, because banking tasks are something that we do in our regular lives, I'm going to name my bot as my banking assistant. Okay, you can name your bot as you want, but keep it relevant so that it speaks about the persona of the bot. Next thing is the image for the bot. So this image is used in the conversation window to represent every response coming from the bot. Also, you can see the image coming up in your landing page along with the name of the bot. We have some predefined images. So if your purpose is served by one of these predefined images, you can select one of these. Or you can upload a locally available PNG file. So if there is a PNG file which is available within your local system, you can upload that PNG file as the image of your bot. Okay, so like I'm going to upload this file. So this becomes the image of my bot. Next coming is the purpose of the bot. Now, why do we need to select a purpose? We need to say which domain or what is the purpose of this bot. If we define the purpose correctly, you will see our platform coming up with suggestions of possible tasks that can be handled by this virtual assistant. So we have a very proactive bot building approach where the platform suggests a lot of configuration to the developers. As a developer, when I say a banking assistant, I might be able to think of a few use cases that will be handled by the bot. But that domain comes with a whole lot of other tasks, which will be good. It will be good if the bot can handle those tasks. So as a developer, maybe those tasks don't come to my mind immediately. So if we select define the purpose correctly, you will see proactively our platform comes back with suggestions of possible use cases or tasks that can be handled by this particular virtual assistant. You can see a lot of purposes defined already, which covers most of the domains where we can implement a virtual assistant. If none of these works for you, then you have the others option, and you can select others and define the purpose as per your requirement. I'm selecting retail banking over here because that is the purpose of my virtual assistant. Okay, and you can try out with the other purposes as well. The type of the bot. Okay, so we are creating a standard bot in the basic training session. What is a standard bot? This is a virtual assistant which will have different types of tasks configured within the virtual assistant. We will be training the NLP engine to qualify these tasks, add channels which are mediums through which the end user can connect to this virtual assistant, and deploy this self-contained virtual assistant to the end users. So these are domain relevant self-contained virtual assistants which can be deployed to the end users. And within the standard bot, we have all the different types of tasks configured along with the training of the NLP engine to qualify these tasks. Okay. And that is what we will be doing in the basic training session. But going ahead in the advanced training, we will also look into the configuration of another kind of bot, which is referred to as the universal bot. What is the purpose of an universal bot? Let's say you have multiple standard bots like this, and you want to integrate all of these standard bots into one single parent bot so that the end user through the parent bot can connect to one of these underlying standard bots. So you want one single integrated conversation window or chat window from where the end users can connect to any one of the underlying standard bots. So that is where the configuration of the universal bot comes into play. But before we jump into the configuration of an universal bot, we need to do the entire configuration of the various intents or tasks, training of the NLP engine to qualify those intents or tasks within the standard bot. So in the basic training session, we are going to discuss end-to-end about standard bots. And in the advanced training session, we will look into the configurations of an universal bot. Clear till here? Okay. And finally, the language in which we want to build the bot configuration. Okay, this is the default language, which is the initial language in which we will do all the configuration of the bot. That is all the bot prompts, the messages, the FAQs, the responses of the FAQs, and so on will be initially configured in the default language. But that does not mean that the bot cannot be multilingual. Once you complete the entire configuration of the virtual assistant or the chatbot in the default language, you can enable multiple languages for the virtual assistant. And there are some additional tasks involved with that. So we will see how to do the initial configuration or the end-to-end configuration in the default language. And then in the advanced training session, we will see how to make the bot multilingual. I'm using English as the default language during the training session, but for when you are building your own bots, if you want to use any other language other than English, you can select it from this given list. But be careful with the default language, because once you create the bot, okay, after selecting the default language, you cannot change the default language. Okay, so be careful when you are defining the default language. Clear till here? Okay. We will click on proceed, and as soon as we proceed, you can see it comes back with suggestion of use cases. Depending on this particular description, use cases have been suggested. If these use cases, are good enough, okay, you can retain them. The ones you do not want, you can remove them from the suggested list. If you want more suggestions of tasks and all, you can click on get use cases. Okay, if you feel that this description is not good enough, you want to make some changes in the description that has been given, then you can come here, make changes in this description, click on get use cases, and depending on the description, new tasks will be suggested to you. We are not coming to default intents. Yeah, it will create intents, entities and all will come up later on. Okay, this is just defining various kinds of tasks within the bot. So you can see depending on the purpose, it is coming up with suggestion of use cases, which will be handled by this particular virtual assistant. Okay. So I'll select a few from the suggested list, but it does not restrict the user that you have to create a virtual assistant from the suggested list. You can provide a description, but going ahead, you want to define your own use cases. You don't want to use the use cases that are suggested. Then you can say create without use cases as well. Okay. So both the approaches are supported over here. Either you take use cases from the suggested list, or what you do is you can create the virtual assistant entirely on your own with tasks as per your requirement. So from the suggested list, I'll keep three tasks over here, see three use cases over here, like to check the bank balance, to open a new account, and to transfer funds from the account. Clear till here? Okay. And we will click on create. You will see those use cases that we have selected are changed into a type of task, which is referred to as a dialogue task. What are dialogue tasks? They are the conversations that will take place between the bot and the end user. Like if I say I need to check my bank balance, the bot should ask me for my account number. Okay, and I respond back with my account number. Now, using this account number, or let's say the bot verifies this account number, that are you sure you have provided it correctly? And if I say yes, it fetches my balance using a service call and displays the balance back to me. So this is an entire conversation with multiple messages exchanged between the bot and the user. So these are referred to as conversation, and every use case that we selected from that suggested list, you can see they are changed into dialogue tasks. Okay, so they are just dialogue task definitions has been created, but we need to do the configuration of the conversations that will be handled by these dialogue tasks. Okay. On the top, this is the configuration page. On the top, you have the 4 menus which are aligned to the life cycle of a virtual assistant. So every virtual assistant goes through particularly 3 stages. Okay, one is the build stage, when we build the configuration of the virtual assistant. So within the build menu, you have all the activities which are involved with building the configuration of the virtual assistant, like defining the conversational skills. These are the different intents that you can configure within the virtual assistant. Then we come into the natural language, where we can train the NLP engine. Once the training is done, if there is a requirement for defining additional intelligence, we can do it from the intelligence section, followed by testing of the virtual assistant. So the different tools through which you can test how well your NLP engine is qualifying intents, depending on the training that you have provided, will be available within testing. If you want to do integration with some external applications, okay, external systems like HubSpot, Jira, Zendesk, to fetch information and use those information to drive the conversations, you have a lot of out-of-the-box integrations available over here. Okay, additional configurations like enabling multiple languages, redacting sensitive data, and so on can be done from the configurations too. So all of these actually go in for building the configuration of the virtual assistant. Now, once you have built the configuration, you have trained the NLP engine, you have tested the performance of the bot. Now it is the time to deploy the bot to the end users. So when you are trying to deploy the bot to the end users, the first thing that you need to do is to add channels. Channels are the mediums through which the end users will connect to the bot. Okay. So today, as a developer, you have the bot builder interface where you can build your configuration, and you can also connect and talk to the virtual assistant to see how well your configurations are working. But think of the customers of the bank. Those customers are not going to have access to the bot builder tool, and we cannot ask every customer to create their accounts within bot builder tool. So how do they connect to the virtual assistant that has been built so that they can talk and resolve their issues around? How do we do it? Okay, we use virtual assistants in our regular lives. Like if you go to any banking site, you will see a virtual assistant pops up for you on the right corner of the screen. Of you all clearly? Can you all please confirm?
You just came
Yeah.
back on.
Yeah, we
Yes.
just lost you about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, and I hope my screen is also visible to you all. Okay, let me know if you all have any issues. Okay. So what I was saying is, so the website of the enterprise becomes a channel through which end users can connect to the bot. So any messaging application, like it can be Skype, it can be WhatsApp, it can be the website, which is the web channel that we refer to, and a whole lot of channels. Okay, so we have support of a lot of channels on our platform. And once the configurations has been built as per the requirement, developers can add multiple channels for a virtual assistant and deploy the virtual assistant on all of those channels. Once it is deployed, end users can connect to the virtual assistant on the channel on which it has been deployed. So that comes in the next menu where you add channels and deploy the bot to the end users. And once the bot has been deployed, now how to add channels, how to deploy it, we will discuss it in the training session. Now, once the bot has been deployed, it does not mean that developers have no further activities. As a developer, we need to constantly monitor the performance of the bot after it has been deployed. And if we see there are failure scenarios, we need to, fine tune the configuration, which can be the configuration of the tasks or the training of the NLP engine to enhance the performance of the bot. So the analyze menu over here will give access to all of those reports, which will help the developers to understand the performance of the virtual assistant after the bot has been deployed to the end users. So currently you don't get to see any data coming up because neither do I have any tasks, nor I have deployed the bot to the end users. And finally, the manage menu from where you can share your bot with your co-developers. So we will come to each of these menus as we are continuing with this discussion. We will start off with the build menu where we are going to build the bot configuration today. Clear till here? Any questions? Okay, so the first option under the build menu is the summary page. This gives you a bird's eye view into the entire virtual assistant or chatbot configuration. So you can see the name of the bot, the description that we had provided, okay, the date and the time on which it was created, and the languages which were enabled for this virtual. That is currently the default language, but going ahead, if you are making it multilingual, you will get to see the list of all languages coming up over here. Just below that, you have the 3 types of intents that you can configure within your virtual assistant. The first is the dialogue tasks. And like I told you, dialogue tasks are the multi-turn conversations that can take place between the bot and the end user. Why multi-turn? Because depending on the response of the user, there can be different flows in the conversation. Like when the bot is asking for a confirmation of the account number, the user can say, yes, that is my correct account number. But there's always a possibility the user says, no, I made a mistake in the account number. So if this kind of a response comes from the user, how the conversation will flow, we will configure that as well. Okay, so these multi-turn conversations, depending on the response of the user, will be configured within the dialog tasks, and the list of all the dialog tasks configured are displayed under the tasks widget over here. Okay, so these are the default ones that has been added depending on the use cases that I selected from the suggested list. Other than that, there are 2 tasks which are added to every virtual assistant that is built on our platform. I'll come to those tasks as well. The next tab or the widget over here is the knowledge graph, which refers to all the FAQs that are defined within the bot. The key difference between conversations or dialogue tasks and FAQs are dialogue tasks are more complex. It is an entire conversation with multiple messages exchanged between the bot and the user. And not only that, within the dialog task configuration, we can have service calls to fetch information from external databases or from the internal data tables. We can have, complex business rules implemented to validate the user responses, to define alternate flows within the conversation, and so on. So a lot of configurations go into the configurations of the dialog task, okay, into building a particular dialog task. But something more easier, like the user asks a question, the bot should come back with a predefined response of that. How do you define these FAQs along with their responses? You define it within the knowledge graph section. So once you add FAQs and all, this section will show you the total number of FAQs which are defined within this particular virtual assistant. Coming to the next section, which is the small talk. Now, what is a small talk? Within a virtual assistant, what we are trying to do is simulate human conversations. Okay, and a very important aspect of human conversations are the casual talks that we have. Now, let's say today you go to your, IT support guys from your organization, and you want to request them for an upgrade of the operating system or something like that within your laptop. Now, once you meet the concerned person, do you directly jump into your requirement? We don't do that, right? We have some casual talks like, hello, good morning, how are you? Seeing you after a long time and things like that. And then we come up with our requirement. So this initial part of the conversation, or maybe after your, issue has been resolved, we go back and say, thank you, that was a great help and things like that. So these are referred to as casual conversations or small talk. And since we are trying to simulate human conversations within the virtual assistant should also be able to respond to small talks coming from the end user. So right at the starting of the conversation, if the user says, hey, how are you doing? Or the user starts the conversation with good morning, hope you are doing well, things like that. The bot should know how to respond to that. Okay, and those are the things we configure in this section. By default, there is a group called the greetings group, which is added to every virtual assistant built within our platform. And this group handles all the common greetings that can be exchanged between the bot and the user. Common greetings like good morning, good afternoon, good day, how are you, thanks, goodbye, things like that. We have already handled it and defined some responses from the virtual assistant side. But of course, these are customizable as per your requirement. And if you want, other than greetings, some other domain relevant small talk to be defined within the virtual assistant, you can always do that as well. Okay, so today we will look into all of these 3 intents, how to work with these intents within your virtual assistant. Clear till here? Okay. Coming to the digital skills section, here we can define digital forms to capture user inputs. Okay, and these forms can be initiated from the dialog tasks. Okay, I'm not going into the details of digital forms because we'll be working with digital forms during the training session. The NLP or the natural language section will show all the training that has been provided to the NLP engine to qualify the intents. These are the different ways in which we can train it. And we will see how to use these different methods to train the NLP engine to qualify the tasks that we are configuring within the bot. The channel section will show all the channels that has been added into the bot. Change logs will show you the changes that has been done in the configuration of the bot. A very important section where if the bot has been shared with multiple developers, you as a owner of the bot, who is the owner of the bot? The person who has created the bot. Okay, so if you have created the bot, you are the owner of the bot. So as a owner of the bot, you would like to track what changes are taking place in the configuration of this particular virtual assistant and which developer is doing those changes. Okay, so the change logs will give you the name of the developer, what change has been done, and the date and the time of that change. Here you just get to see a snippet, but if you click on see all, it will take you to the details section from where you can see the details of the changes done on the bot configuration. And the team section will show you the names and the roles of all developers who have access to this particular bot configuration. Right now, I'm the owner of the bot because I created this bot. But going ahead, if I share my bot with any other co-developer, their names will come up over here. Clear till here? Okay, we have some advanced configurations also displayed in the summary page, like creation of different types of variables, events, and so on. But these are certain things which we will discuss in the advanced training session. So I'm not going into the discussion of these things. Okay, in the basic training, we will look into the most important configurations, that is how to define different types of tasks, how to train the NLP engine, test it, and deploy the bot to the end user, and some of the important reports which will help us to understand the performance of the bot after it has been deployed to the end users. Okay, clear till here? Any questions? Okay. We will start off with creating intents or tasks within the bot, and the first type of intent that we will configure is the dialog task. So the storyboard is one single page from where you can see the key intents configured within the bot. When we say key intents, we mean FAQs and dialog tasks. Why are small talk, though it is very important, not considered as key intents? Because the common greetings and all that can be exchanged has been already handled through that particular greetings group which is defined. So it is not absolutely mandatory for developers that they have to create a small talk. Common greetings like good morning, good afternoon, goodbye, good evening, and all will be automatically handled because that has been already defined. So that is why it is not a part of the key intents. But whenever you are building a virtual assistant, of course, you have to configure conversations, which are the dialog tasks. And if required, of course, every bot handles FAQs. So you have to define those FAQs. We will start off with configuration of dialog tasks. Okay, so you can see the 3 dialog tasks, the 3 use cases that I had selected from that suggested list has been defined as dialog tasks within the virtual assistant configuration. There are 2 other dialog tasks which are added to every bot that is built on our platform. So even if you are selecting that option that is create without use cases, when you first define your virtual assistant, you will see this fallback task and the welcome task has been defined within your virtual assistant. The welcome task comes with a predefined message which is displayed to the end users as soon as the end users connect to the virtual assistant. So the message is like, hi, how can I help you? Now that is the default configuration, but of course it is customizable as per the requirement of the developers. The fallback task contains a message which is displayed in the conversation window if intent qualification fails. That is, the user says something, the virtual assistant fails to qualify any intent. It can be a dialogue task or an FAQ or a small talk. Nothing is getting qualified. So an error message has been defined within the fallback task, and that will be displayed to the user. And both of these tasks are customizable as per the requirement. And the customization is totally just like the other dialogue tasks. So once we learn how to work with dialogue tasks, it will be easier for you all to understand how to configure or customize these default tasks which are added within the virtual assistant. We will start off with the check bank balance task, which will allow the user to check his account balance. Now, when we talk about a particular task, how do we think about it? Today, if I ask you what should be there within this task, you will say, okay, once the task is, initiated, the bot should ask the user for his account number. It's good to verify user inputs because account numbers are quite complex and we might mistype it when we are providing this input. So it is good to verify it once. And if the user confirms, fetch the balance and display it back to the user. This is how we list out how the conversation will flow. In the same way, when you are building a dialogue task, there are 3 stages in building the dialogue task. First, you design the prototype of the expected conversation that will take place between the bot and the user. This is something like a flow chart. Like if you're today asked to, develop a code for a particular requirement, as a person who is coding, you directly don't jump into the coding aspect. You first gather the requirement, you build a flow chart to define the flows within your program that you are going to code. And once the flow chart is approved by all, then only we start off with coding. Same thing over here. I, as a developer, can think that a particular conversation will flow in a particular way. Okay, but that might not match with the expectation of the stakeholders. Stakeholders are the people for whom you are building this virtual assistant. They can be your clients, they can be other teams of your organization, okay, for whom you are building this virtual assistant, okay. So it's always good to run your idea through the stakeholders. And once everybody agrees to that conversation, then only you build the task to implement that design. So the designing phase is very important because this is where you build a prototype of the expected conversation that will take place between the bot and the user. And when I say stakeholders, I do not mean the end users. I do not mean the customers of the bank. I mean the bank for whom you're building this particular virtual assistant, and this virtual assistant will be deployed within their website so that their customers can connect and talk to this particular virtual assistant. So you as a developer, you need to run your idea through those people for whom you're building this particular virtual assistant. They are the stakeholders. Now, once the design is approved, we go into the build stage where we build the task and lay down the business logic through which the design is implemented. And once the dialogue task has been configured, we go ahead and train the NLP engine to qualify this particular intent. Training is very important because in conversational UI, end users can ask for the task in multiple different ways. So you have to ensure that the NLP engine or your chatbot can qualify the intent correctly. So training is a very important aspect in building a dialogue task. Clear till here? Any questions? Okay. So let's first go into the design. I'll build a very simple prototype over here. We will add complexity to this particular design when we are in the build stage. So you can see in the design, this is just an empty canvas. You have 2 tabs over here, what the user will say and how the bot will respond. Just that. We are just going to lay down a prototype over here. Now, bot responses can be of 3 types. The bot can ask a question. Example, what is your account number? And it expects the user to respond back with his account number. The bot can ask for a confirmation. Are you sure you have provided your account number correctly? And present a choice of yes or no to the user. And depending on the response of the user, the conversation will continue. So that is a confirmation. And the bot can present an information to the user, like the balance in your account is $5,000. Okay, so these are the 3 types of bot responses that we can define. asking a question, asking for a confirmation, and informing the user. So once this intent has been qualified, this is the name of the intent, okay, that is the name of the task. If it gets qualified, to continue with the conversation, of course, the bot needs the account number. So once this task is initiated, the first thing that will happen, as per my design, okay, you can have some message presented, welcome to the check balance task. I can help you with, checking your account balance or something like that. You can add a message like that as well, and then continue to ask the user for his account number. But I will directly jump into account number. So the type of bot response is ask a question. And since the user will respond back with his account number to this question, and this account number will be required to continue with the conversation, this account number has to be stored somewhere. Where will it be stored? It will be stored within an entity. So whenever the bot asks a question, internally it will lead to the creation of an entity. What is an entity? It is a container of user information, just like a variable within your program. Okay, so, and when we define variables, we define a type of that variable. Okay, so that clearly we define what kind of value can be stored within that variable. Same thing here as well. When you are defining an entity, okay, when you are asking a question which leads to the creation of an entity internally, we need to define the type of the entity to tell the NLP engine of this virtual assistant what kind of information can be stored within this entity. I'll just take your question in a short while, okay? The default type is string. That is, any response of the user can be stored within this entity. But Core AI comes back with a list of suggested types over here, and select the type which is closest to your requirement. Instead of keeping it as a string from the displayed list, I'm going to change it to a number, so that if the user responds back with anything which is not a number, automatically an error message will be displayed to the user. Okay.
Hello, this is
Yeah.
Ron.
Yeah,
Can
please.
the entity type be a customized object?
Yes. Yes, it can be, it cannot be a customized object, but what I understand is today, instead of a number, you, let's say your account number is a combination of 10 digits, okay? You have some further restrictions on it. Or it can be account number. It's a very basic, thing that is something that will hold the end user information. Okay, or it can be like the first two letters has to be alphabet followed by 8 digits. So if you have restrictions like that against a simple number, you can always do that as well. And I'll show it to you all how to do it when we go into the build stage. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm selecting the entity type as a number, and here I will put the question or the prompt, how the user will, how the bot will ask for this input. Okay, so something like, what is your account number? Okay, we define this prompt, we press an enter to save it. So we have defined the type of the entity which will be holding the end user response. We have defined the prompt through which the bot will ask for this particular input. But of course, every bot response within the design phase has to be given a name, because every bot response or bot action will be translated or changed into a node in the build stage. Okay, so every step from the bot side has to be given an unique name, which we refer to as the node name. In this case, it is the name of the entity, and we can refer to this entity with that particular name that we are giving. How do we assign the name to this entity? Click on this more options over here, go to configure properties, and here you have the node name. There are two rules that you have to remember when you are assigning a name to any node. Okay, it can be for any bot response, like it can be a confirmation message, it can be a normal message presented to the user, It can be some internal bot action through which a service call is made to a backend system or something like that. Every step has to be given a unique name. And two things to remember is that the node name cannot contain any spaces. The only special character allowed is an underscore. And you cannot have repetitive names. So today, if I assign a name to an entity, I cannot use the same name for another kind of a node, like a confirmation or node, or for some other entity. So the node names has to be unique across the same virtual assistant. So here I will name this particular node as account ID. You can follow your own conventions when you're naming the nodes. Okay, only remember those two rules. Display name is a descriptive name where you can have spaces and all, but you will be referring to this particular node using the node name. Okay, you can repeat the node name as a display name, or you can put a descriptive name with spaces and all. Clear till here? Okay, once we provide that, we are going to close this. And of course, you can see the user response has been automatically selected because we are building a prototype. So we will put a dummy response, which can be used to represent a response that will come from the end user. So let's say the end user comes back with a response like this. My account number is, I'll put a dummy account number at the design phase. Now, from this entire response, how will the virtual assistant know what is the account number? That was the purpose of the entity type. Since I have defined the entity type as a number, in the user response, the NLP of this virtual assistant will look for a value that matches with the type of the entity. It will pick up that value from the user response and store it within the entity. The rest of the response will be discarded. Of course, there can be a follow-up question. What happens if there are multiple numbers in this scenario within the user response? We can handle that as well through further training of the NLP engine. And we will be seeing scenarios like that in tomorrow's training session, where we discuss in details about the NLP part of this particular virtual assistant. Okay, clear till here? Okay. Now, as soon as we have provided a dummy user response, you can see the bot response has been selected. And this time I changed the bot response to ask for a confirmation. Okay, so I just put a confirmation message over here. Are you sure? And if you want to apply some formattings, like you want to present this account number in bold so that it catches the attention of the end user, you can highlight that part of the text, go to formatting options and select the one that you would like to apply. I'm selecting the bold option over here. Okay, and then we press enter. So that is the confirmation message that I have added. Are you sure you want sure your account number is correct? Once again, I'm repeating, this is the dummy account number that I'm using for designing a prototype of the conversation. And since this was a confirmation message, you can see two flows has been added, two options, two expected responses has been added. One is what will happen if the user says yes, and we can define a flow for what will happen if the user says no. Okay, and we have to consider these kind of scenarios because many a time when we type in something, we can make a mistake. And when a confirmation is asked from us, we say, no, that is not correct. So you have to handle those kind of possibilities as well. There are some additional flows which are added in case you want to define further validations of your user response and all. So you will see there are further flows added here, but we don't need to use those. I'm going to use the yes and the no flow. Okay, clear? Okay, now once the user responds back with an yes, the most important thing is now the bot has to fetch the balance in the account. Okay, now what we are building over here is just an interface. Is just an interface between the user and the virtual assistant and the backend systems. So the virtual assistant cannot hold any information permanently. So when we want to fetch the balance of the user, of course, it means we have to fetch it from a backend system. Okay, so how to do that, how to make the service call to fetch the information, those configurations we will do at the build stage. But since this is an internal action where the bot is going to fetch the balance of the user using the account number from a backend database, we will add a bot action here by hovering our mouse over here. We can click on this plus sign, go to bot action and add a new internal bot action. An internal bot action implies that this is an action where the end user is not involved. This is internally the bot is making a service call to fetch some information from a backend system. Okay, so we will just add a bot action within the design and add a description of the purpose of that particular action. So something like fetch balance using the account number, so that the stakeholders, okay, who are going to validate this design, they know that, okay, here the bot is going to fetch the balance. How that will be implemented, that is the concern of the developers, not the people who are approving this particular flow. But they know that at this stage, the balance will be fetched from a backend system using the account number. And once the bot action returns the balance, now we are going to present the balance back to the user. So I'm adding a new message over here. Okay, and let's say the balance. And we are putting a dummy value. Okay, once again, we will see in the build stage how to display the actual value that will be returned by the service call. So that completes one of the flows that I have in my conversation. Okay, that is what happens if the user says yes. But a key important thing that I have, a very important thing that I have missed out is for each of the bot responses or the action, I have not assigned any name to it. Like I said, every bot response or action has to be named, which is referred to as the node name. I have just given a name to this entity. So now I'll come to this confirmation message, click on more options, go to configure properties, give a proper name to it. Okay, so and I'm repeating once again, you can follow your own conventions when you're naming the nodes. Only thing, remember, the name has to be unique. Okay, it should not be repeated. No spaces allowed. And the only special character allowed is an underscore. We'll come to this message and we will provide a name to it. I'm repeating the node name as the display name. Now, one of the flows I have designed it, okay, an expected conversation flow that will take place if this task is initiated. What happens if the user says no? We have to handle that also. Okay, so if the user says no, I'll just present a simple message to the user, something like, okay. Okay, something like this. Now, once we have defined both the flows, so I have a flow for yes, I have a flow for no. Let me just assign a name to this node. The purpose of doing this exercise was we would like to share this design with the stakeholders or with the other team members so that everybody agrees on this particular design. So once you have designed it, if you would like to see how a conversation will take place, if we build a task to represent this design, you have the preview button over here. It will open a conversation window with you and you will see a conversation taking place as per the design that you have defined. Okay, so you can see the conversation window over here and you will see the conversation taking place. So you can see there's a little lag from my end only due to the network, but you can see the conversation taking place as per the design. And once you are happy with the design or the conversation you look at the conversation and you say that, okay, this is what I would like to implement. The next step will be to share this design with the stakeholders. How do you do that? You come to the share button over here, which gives you an interactive link. Okay, you can password protect the link if you want, or just copy this link and share the link with the stakeholders. The stakeholders or your team members do not need to have access to the bot builder tool. They can directly open the link within their browsers, which will open a conversation window for them where they can see the conversation taking place as per the design that has been defined. And in case they want to add some comments for changes, that was the main idea behind it, so that everybody agrees to the design. If I have something to comment over here that no, at this point, I want some additional information to be displayed to the end user, then I can add it right at the design phase so that the changes are minimum after the task has been defined. So we can click on this comment button as a stakeholder or as a reviewer, click on add comment, provide the name, provide your email address. I'm using a dummy email address over here. Click on submit and add your comment, like let's say account number. And we will click on submit. So in this way, the stakeholders, the multiple stakeholders, they can open the preview, okay, from the shared link, and wherever they want to add some change comments and all, they can click on the comment button and add the changes accordingly, change request accordingly. Clear till here? Okay, as a developer, how do you see those comments? Because the main idea was if you get something like that, you have to make changes in the design that you have done. We can refresh this design, okay, and once we refresh, you can see the comment that has been added, okay, against the message. Or if you click on the general comment button, it will show you all the comments that has been given, okay. And as per the comment, if you want to make changes in the bot response, click on more options, say edit, which will bring the entire bot response back to the edit mode. Here you can make the changes as required, okay, and then you can respond back to the stakeholder that the changes has been implemented. So if you click on comment, you can get the reply here option. Click here and respond back to the stakeholder. Your response will be emailed back to the stakeholder, because while adding the comment, you need to provide your email addresses. Okay, so it is an interactive link. It is an interactive link between the developers and the stakeholder, particularly the business analyst who understands the purpose of a particular conversation. They just want to build a prototype, share the prototype with everyone for their review. And once the prototype is agreed by all, then we go into the build. So what we did was we built a prototype, then we click on the share button, which gives us an interactive link. We share this interactive link with all the stakeholders. They can open it directly within the browsers. They don't need to have access to the bot builder tool, okay? And while the conversation is taking place, if they want to add some changes and all, they want to add their remarks over there, they can click on the comment button to add their remarks. And as a developer, when you refresh your conversation design, you will get to see all the comments. If you want to implement those changes, click on the more options, click on edit, which will bring back the bot response into the edit mode. You can make your changes and you can respond back to the stakeholder. Clear till here? Okay. Now, once the design is approved by all, okay, what is the next stage? We go into the build stage where we build the dialog task to represent this design. But the power of the Core AI XO platform is, while we were designing this conversation, if you come to the build tab, you will see a dialog task has been automatically generated as per the design. So every bot response has been changed into a node, and you can see the names of the nodes coming up as per the names we assigned there. We can customize the dialog task as per our requirement further by adding new nodes or making changes in the existing nodes. So this is totally customizable, whatever you see on the canvas. On the left, you get the different types of nodes that you can add within your dialog task. The 6 nodes that we will discuss in the basic training session are the message nodes, which are used to display bot responses, entity nodes, which are used to capture user inputs, confirmation nodes to present confirmation messages, bot action in order to present, in order to configure service calls like API calls and all, implement complex business rules to validate user responses and all. Dialog task node in order to invoke another dialog task from the current task, digital form node in order to invoke a digital form. We will see the working of AI assisted node as well in tomorrow's training session, okay? How it is used in integration with OpenAI. So this is somewhere we are going to use the integration with OpenAI. But other than that, the other nodes that I was talking about, like message node, entity nodes, confirmation nodes, bot action node, dialog task node, and digital form nodes are the common nodes that you will find in any dialog task that is configured on Core AI's platform. Okay, clear till here?
Hi, this is Sriram here. Can I ask a question on the design phase?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so when you're responding to the comments, will it send a mail back for each and every response? Because if a
Yeah.
reviewer has multiple comments, it will send multiple emails, right?
Mhm.
Will it
So when you
consolidate?
say reply here, then you need to pick up the email address and send a mail, this thing. Okay, but if you say reply here, for this message, a response will be sent back. Okay, you need to do it externally if you want to consolidate and inform the stakeholder.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
See, we don't have any recommended way. You should always have a design, okay? Because there can be a lot of people, from the organization side who do not understand the technical configurations that you are doing within the build. So it is always good to have a good design and then proceed with the build. Also, if there is a requirement of getting it verified and all, so it is good to begin with the design. Okay, but if you directly go into the build and build a dialog task as per your understanding, that will also automatically generate the design. So it is a synchronization between the two stages. If you're going in for design, automatically the basic framework of the dialog task will be generated. If you directly start off with build, you will see the design is also getting generated automatically. But what we suggest is if it is a complex scenario where you need to get your conversation approved by others before you can actually implement the business logic, it is always good to start off with the design phase. Okay.
Yeah, Jayanti, this side, Ankur. So can we add a generic message for all the comments?
That is what I said. You cannot add a generic message. If you click on reply there, it is against each of those comments. Okay, so it does not allow you a generic comment to be a message to be shared with the stakeholders. That is not allowed. If you want something like that, you have to take up the email address of the stakeholder and send a mail externally. From the platform, if you are sending messages, it is messages for each of those comments that were shared. Okay.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Okay, now when you come to the dialog task build, every node has its own set of properties. Okay, some of those properties are same across all the nodes, and some of the properties are different depending on the type of the node. Now, how do you see the properties of a node? If you click on the node, or if you click on this more option and say configure, it will open the properties window of that particular node. Okay, so every dialog task starts off with an user intent node. Okay, that is the intention of the user that got qualified. The first set of properties is referred to as the component properties. Here for the user intent node, display name is the name of the dialog task. This is the description. Okay, you can edit this description if you want. And since a node name cannot contain space, you can see the name of the dialog task has been used as the name of the user intent node. The spaces getting replaced with an underscore. Now, since the name of the user intent node is used by the NLP engine to qualify this intent, I would suggest do not change this. Okay, though it allows you to change it, do not change it. Let it be the same as the name of the dialog task. It helps the NLP engine in qualifying this intent. We will see how it helps it later on. Coming to the next tab over here for the user intent node, it will show you all the different trainings that has been provided to qualify this particular dialog task. Right now, no trainings has been done, so everything is empty over here. And the connections property of any node, for every node, you will get this connections property. The connections property will show you the next node in the conversation flow. So once the user intent node is qualified, the next node in the flow is the account ID node, where the bot will prompt the user for his account number. Okay, so these are the three sets of properties that we have for the user intent node. Clear? Okay, coming to the entity node. So this is where we will need some customizations. Okay, now there was a question while we were designing, what about if I want to customize the entity type a little more? That is, instead of saying just a number, I would like to say that my account ID is a combination of 10 digits. Because when you say it is a number, it means that, it can be a single digit number, it can be a double digit number, and so on. But if you have restrictions like that, how do you implement it? So come to this type, okay, and change the type of the entity to a custom entity. Now, during the training session, I'll be discussing a few entity types. You can see a lot of entity types are supported, and we cannot discuss each of those entity types during the training. So I'll be discussing a few common entity types during the training, but I'll be sharing a documentation with you all with details of all the supported entity types, and examples will tell you what kind of data is acceptable if you select a particular entity type. I would request all of you all to go through that particular documentation, because as developers, you all should know all the entity types. Because while you are building the conversations, if you select your entity type correctly, automatically end user data validation will be done. So if I say my entity type is a number, the bot will not allow the user to respond back with anything that is not a number. So automatically an error message will be displayed. Now, coming back to the custom entity type, the moment you change it to custom, you can define a regular expression to validate the response of the user. This regular expression has to be a JavaScript supported regular expression. Okay, so if you don't know about JavaScript, if you don't know how to define regular expressions in JavaScript, please read about it online. There are a lot of material available, because when you are defining custom entities, you have to define a regular expression to validate the response of the user. So something like, if my account ID has to be a combination of digits and the maximum length is 5 digits. Okay, so 1 to 5 digits is the length of my account ID. So this is how I can mention it. So 0 to 9 is the supported range of values, and the length is minimum 1 digit, maximum 5 digits. If you have something like, the first 2 letters should be alphabets followed by 8 digits, then a very simple regular expression for that will be A to Z. It has to be 2, okay, followed by numbers, and that has to be 8 digits. Okay, so this way you can define regular expressions to validate the user's response. Clear till here? Okay, I'm changing it to a number because many of you may not be conversant with using, regular expressions. But one thing to remember, if you're changing to custom entity, that regular expression has to be JavaScript supported regular expression. So look into the operators which JavaScript supports while defining regular expressions. Now, once I change it to a number, we come down to the user prompt. This is the prompt used by the bot to ask the user for the input. And this prompt, we defined it at the design phase. But since we are trying to simulate human conversation, and we never sound robotic, okay, we can ask for the same information again and again, but every time we can ask in a different way. Today I say, what is your account number? Tomorrow I can say, can I have your account number, please? Again, I can say, I need your account number to proceed. So these are different ways in which I'm asking for the same input. So if you would like to simulate something like that over here so that your virtual assistant does not sound robotic whenever it is asking for this particular input, you can add multiple prompts. So click on add a prompt and define your additional prompts. But when you are defining additional prompts, remember the selection of the prompt is random. So any one of the prompts can be selected and displayed to the user. As developers, we cannot define the order in which the prompt will be selected. Okay.
Jayanti, I have a question here.
Please go
Um,
ahead.
Yeah, this is Pratyusha speaking. So
Mhm.
here in this case, we are checking the bank balance, and we
Mhm.
have asked the user to give the account number. And what
Mhm.
if user gives two account numbers? So where do we store if they give?
Then you have to define an entity of that type which can hold multiple values. If you just account number, okay,
Okay.
sorry, a number type of an input, the first number found within the utterance of the user, that will be picked up and stored within the entity. Okay, so if you want multiple account numbers to be fetched, you have to define a list of items kind of a thing where multiple inputs can be stored. So it depends on your entity type. Entity cannot hold multiple values at a single go. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Now coming, and I'll be discussing list of items as well, how to configure those things and all in the training session. Now coming to the user prompt over here, one additional thing that you can do when you are defining a prompt is that you can define a channel override prompt. What is a channel override prompt? You can see these prompts that I have defined till now are applicable for all the channels. So it means any channel that is enabled for this particular virtual assistant, if the end user is connected to the bot on any one of those channels which are supported here, one of these prompts will be picked up and displayed back to the user. But as a developer, if there is a requirement that you need to configure a particular prompt for a given channel. So if the end user is connected to the bot on a specific channel, then a specific prompt should be displayed to the user. And that is what we call a channel override prompt. How do you do that? First, when you're adding a prompt, select the channel for which you would like to define a prompt. So from the list of channels over here, whichever is the channel for which you want to define a prompt, select that particular channel, okay? And then define the prompt to be displayed to the user. Now, when you define this, what happens is, like, let's say going ahead before deploying the bot, you enable the email channel, the web channel, the Skype channel for this particular bot, okay? If the user is connected to the bot through emails, that is, the user is talking to the bot by sending emails and the bot is responding back through emails again. And if the user says, I would like to check my account balance, when the bot is asking for his account number, it will use this specific prompt that has been defined for this channel. But for the other channels which are enabled for this particular virtual assistant, if the user says, I would like to check my account balance, one of the general prompts will be picked up and displayed back to the user. So channel override prompts are given a precedence if the user is connected to the bot on that particular channel. But one thing to remember is that when you are defining channel override prompts, there has to be at least one prompt defined for all the channels. And then you can define as many channel override prompts as you want. You can define different channel override prompts for different channels as well. Clear? Okay. You have the Manage tab over here, which will take you to the prompt manager. And you get a full screen view of all the prompts that you have defined. You can add prompts from here. Okay, there also you can define the channel for which you want to define this particular prompt. Okay, and accordingly, you can do it. Okay, you can define your prompt over here. I'm not defining any additional prompt. I'll just keep the prompts that I have defined already.
Hello, I have
Yeah,
a question. To share, if the prompt is mandatory or we can make it optional also?
How can you make the prompt optional? Because otherwise, how will the user bot ask for the input?
Okay.
The bot has to ask for this input, right? You are maybe considering a situation where the user provides his account number within his utterance. I want to check the balance for my account followed by account number, right? But there can be scenarios where the user just says, I want to check my account balance. There the bot has to ask the user for the input. Of course, if the utterance of the user contains a value that matches with the type of the entity, the bot will never present these prompts to the user. It will automatically pick up that value and store it within the entity. Okay, so that is a built-in feature. But you cannot overrule this prompt. Okay, whenever you're defining an entity, there has to be at least one prompt defined for that particular entity. Okay.
No, optional. Just now you have defined more prompts, and this is a user must mandatory to give answer.
User has to, otherwise, what you are saying is an optional entity, right?
Okay. Yeah.
It is not an optional prompt. Yes, you can change the entity type to an optional entity, okay, where the user may or may not respond to that entity value. Okay, but for this conversation, the account ID is mandatory. Without the account ID, the conversation cannot proceed. Okay, I'll come to that optional entity. I'll just show it to you all from where you can define it. Now, coming to the.
Jane, sorry
Yeah,
to
please.
interrupt.
No,
So
please.
here, instead of using prompts, why can't we use nodes? Like we already have
This is a
nodes
node.
to ask.
This is a node. For this node, this is a configuration that we are doing.
Okay,
This
so
is
it's
an
a
entity
response.
node. Okay, within this node, we have to define how the bot will ask for the inputs. It is
Okay,
not
got it.
something different from this entity node. It's a configuration of this entity node. We will take a break after some time, okay? In the half time, I'll give a break. So my time, 7:30, I'll give a break. Okay, now coming to the error prompts over here, okay? This error prompt will be displayed if the response of the user does not match with the type of the entity. So when the bot is asking for this input, you just type in randomly ABC or XYZ, which does not match with the type of the entity. This error prompt will be displayed to the user. And of course, this is the default error prompt that has been added, which you can customize as per your requirement. So if you want to customize this further for a better error prompt, you can do that. Just like the user prompt, you can add additional error prompts over here, where one of the error prompts will be picked up and displayed to the user. Okay, clear? Okay.
I
Now
have
in
one
the
question. Can I ask?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So if you want to give multiple error prompts, like, the number should be like 5 digits, or it should be alphanumeric or something like that, based on the response that they are given, is that possible?
Yeah, I'll come to that. I'm coming to one by one. I'm coming to this. Now you can see within the error prompt, it says, please enter a number again. That means if something does not match with the type of the entity, okay, the user response, the bot is reprompting the user for the input. But how many times will it reprompt? Does it continue infinite times? No. We can define the number of retries for a given entity. And that we will do it from the next set of properties, which is the instance properties. Okay, so if you scroll up over here, you have the 3 types of entities, 3 types of user input. Mandatory means the user has to provide a response for this entity, either when the bot is prompting or the initial utterance of the user which qualified this intent should contain a value that matches with the type of the entity. But this entity needs a value for the conversation to proceed. If you have an optional entity, then though the bot will prompt the user for the input, whatever response the user gives, that is acceptable. So if the response of the user matches with the type of the entity, the value will be stored within the entity. If the response of the user does not match with the type of the entity, the conversation will continue. The bot will not reprompt, but the entity will hold a null value. Hidden entities means the bot will not prompt the user. So if the initial utterance of the user contains a value, initial utterance means the utterance which led to the qualification of this intent. Like the user said, I want to check my account balance, or the user said, how much money do I have in my account? So this utterance, if it contains a value that matches with the type of this entity, it will be picked up and stored within the entity. But the bot will not prompt the user. So if nothing is there to populate this entity, it will hold the null value. But since it is a hidden entity, the bot will not explicitly ask the user for an input. So you can change over here, but be careful, it changes the nature of that entity. Okay. Now coming to mandatory inputs, that means input is required to continue with the conversation. We can define the number of retries. Maximum 5 retries are allowed. 5 times the bot will reprompt the user for this particular input. Within these 5 retries, if the user does not provide a value that does not match with the type of the entity, the dialog task will be terminated. Okay, we can customize this. 5 is the maximum time, but we can change this to a lesser number of retries. There's some issue with the platform due to which this arrow keys are not working, but that is a platform issue. It will be resolved. Okay, so there are new features that has been implemented due to which some of the UI components may not work. But if you click here, you will get the list of the number of retries like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can select the one as per your requirement. Okay. Coming back to the component properties, a very important 1 second. There's some issue.
Janki,
with
can I ask a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
This is Ritesh here. Yeah. So suppose the user asks that, okay, can you share my account balance? Okay, that's one question. Or maybe I can ask differently, like you mentioned that, okay, can you share account balance of account number 1, 2, 3, 4? Now, how the bot is going to differentiate these two things, these two intent from each other, so that one.
These are not two intents. Let me just correct you over here. These are not two intents. These are two utterances qualifying the same intent. Okay. Now,
Okay.
it's an inbuilt quality of our platform. That is, whenever an entity comes into the context, first thing the NLP engine will do is look into the previous utterance of the user for a value that matches with the type of the entity. So if it finds a value that matches with the type of the entity, it will pick up that value and store it in the entity. It will not further ask the user for the same input. If the previous utterance of the user...
Yeah, we just saw that there was a radio button, and
what was the
once I
radio button? Sorry, what
where
was
it was showing that mandatory or optional or hidden. So
mandatory means an input is required. That input can be in the initial utterance or the bot prompts the user for the input. But unless and until this entity contains a value, the conversation will not continue. Okay. So this value can come when the bot is prompting. If the user says something like show my account balance. Okay. So there the bot will ask for the input. Or the user says show the balance of my account 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where the NLP engine gets a value that matches with the type of the entity. It will pick it up, store it within the entity, and the conversation will continue.
I see. Okay.
Okay. But
Quick
it will
question.
not proceed without it. Yeah.
Okay, so where you're doing the account ID, and say you also have an optional or hidden node where, for example, if they happen to mention their name, so you have something that's optional or hidden to collect the name. How does that show up in the build, and then how does that show up in the design? So like I've got the account ID, and I've got an optional for the name, and I've got a hidden for something else. How does that show up in the flow, and how does that show up in the design?
These are all entities. Okay, so in the design phase, whatever you are doing, design phase, you have to go to the component properties and make changes. Okay, edit properties, we had that option. You can make changes from there, but typically these configurations are done within the build. Okay. If it is an optional entity, the bot will prompt for an input. Whatever user response, whatever is the user response, it is acceptable. So if the response of the user matches with the type of the entity, it is fine. The value will be stored. If it is not matching, it will continue with the conversation, but it will not re-prompt the user. Okay, once again. So that is how an optional entity, something like, would you, do you have an additional email address? Now, if the user has an additional email address, he will provide his email address. So the type of the entity will be email. but the user can respond with a no over there. Okay, so which does not match with the type of the entity. So in these cases, we keep it as an optional entity so that if the user responds back with his additional email that is stored within this entity, if the user says no, the conversation continues and this particular entity holds a null value because he did not have an additional email. So both the values are acceptable over here. If you say hidden, that means in the initial utterance of the user, if there is a value that matches with the type of the entity, it will be stored within the entity. But the bot will never prompt the user for the input. So if there are no values, so many a time we need some entities like that, where the bot will explicitly not ask the user for the input. But if the user provides something within his utterance, that is acceptable. Otherwise, the conversation continues without that entity value. So then we change it into a hidden entity. Okay.
Okay.
Can
Now
we
they-
say that the difference between mandatory and optional is that in the optional, there won't be any validation. So mandatory, there is some validation happening.
Mandatory, there's always a validation that the response has to match with the type of the entity.
So
Okay.
in optional, it's not there. Right?
It's not there. Okay, so be careful if you make it optional and all, because no validations on the type of responses done by the bot. Now, coming to the error prompt, there was a question asked that if we want to present the error prompt in the order of the retries, that is, first time the user makes a mistake in the response, the first error prompt should be displayed. The second time, again, the user, while the same conversation is continuing, the second time the bot is reprompting the user doesn't provide a value that matches with the type of the entity. So this time we would like to present a prompt which is a little more descriptive. Okay, like this is the kind of input that is expected with an example. But that error prompt should not be presented the first time the user makes a mistake. The first time this prompt should be presented. The second time the user makes a mistake, another error prompt with an example should be presented to guide the user what kind of response is expected from him. So when you are defining the error prompts, you can click on this more options over here and say present prompts in the order of retries. You can enable this feature so that the number of times the user is making a mistake, the error prompts are presented in that particular order. So typically we select this particular configuration when we are providing more assistance to the end user on what kind of a response is expected from him. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead. There's some question from somebody. Okay. Now, those were some initial configurations of the entity node. There are a lot of configurations there. Okay, some of it we will discuss in the
I have one
basic training,
question.
some of it in
Can I?
the- Yeah, please go ahead. Please go
So
ahead with your
You're
question.
talking about error. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're talking about error prompt, right? So error prompt can be of two types, right? One is like a no input and no match. Okay. So is there a way now of it means differentiating between both this no input and no match? And if you wanted to have a kind of a combination of both, is it possible to do it?
No, from the direct error prompt, you cannot do it. So then you have to, implement a coding through JavaScript where you do all of these things, these validations, and define the message to be presented to the user. From the default error prompts, you cannot say that if no input, present this, if no match with the entity type, then present this. We cannot do that. Okay, and if it is a mandatory kind of a entity, no input is not a possibility. The user has to provide an input to continue with the conversation. Okay. Now coming to the confirmation. Okay.
One more. Actually.
Yeah, please.
Just one more. Sorry.
No, it's
In
okay,
case
because
of,
we are
I
running
mean-
out of time, actually. That is why I want to continue. Yeah, please go ahead with your question. Please
No,
go
I mean,
ahead.
will there be in this case of, okay, for example, error prompt, right? So for first error prompt, this prompt can be played. For second one, this one, and third, this one. So like that also is a possibility, is there, or that also needs to be customized?
I just now said, like, if you say that present the prompts in the order of retries, if you enable that, the prompts will be presented in the order in which they have been defined. So the first time, the first error prompt, the second time the user makes a mistake again, the second error prompt with an example. Third time the user makes a mistake, again, a different error prompt. You can define the error prompts in this order and enable that to present prompts in the order of retries option. I've just discussed this before closing this entity node. Now coming to the confirmation node properties here. Very important thing is I need to replace this static value with the actual account number received from the user, which is stored within this entity. How do we do that? I'll just click on the manage over here to see the prompt manager so that we can have a full screen view of this particular prompt. I will remove this from the design phase. Okay. And now what I will do is I'll replace it with the entity name. Now, the main thing to understand is when a dialog task is initiated, internally, there is an object that gets created, which is referred to as the context object. This context object is a container object within which all the entities are defined. Okay, so it's a JSON object that gets created internally within our platform. And within this JSON object, all the information that is required to drive this particular conversation is defined. Okay. So obviously, when you are referring to an entity, while the conversation is taking place between the user and the virtual assistant, this entity will be defined within the context. So how do you refer to this entity from the context that has been defined for this particular dialog task? You open double curly braces over here. You say context. Okay. It's very case sensitive, so remember to say context in the lowercase dot. The autofill box comes up over here. From the displayed list of information that will be available within the context, select entities dot. Immediately the list of entities configured within your dialog task will be displayed. Currently, there is only one entity defined, so that is why the name of the entity is displayed. I select it from here. Okay, so see the way I replace that static value from the design with the name of the entity, which will hold the end user account number. So within double curly braces, context.entities.name of the entity. That's correct. That was the rest of the message. And now if I want to present this in bold, I can just highlight this, okay, and select the formatting option. So always remember whatever information, okay, whether it is the response of a service call, whether it is something that has been captured within an entity, you can refer to that within any node of your conversation as context.entities.name of the entity. Clear?
Hi, Jayanti. I have a question here.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so the account ID is the entity within this dialog task, right? So I can only access the entities that I have defined inside this dialog. What if I have to access some other entity that is outside? And yeah, so
in that case, you have to add those information into the other contexts. So we have a lot of contexts which are more permanent in nature. This context is talking about, it is the current context, and the context will be refreshed as soon as this dialog task comes into an end. But we have some context like the bot session context, bot user session context and all. Okay, we have a lot of context like that. If you add your information that you're capturing within one dialog task into one of those contexts, then you can access those information in the other dialog tasks which are defined within the bot. Okay, so I'll be sharing a document with you all where all the contexts are discussed and how to add data within the different context. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now coming to the next part over here, that yes, no choice, if you would like to display it back to the user in the conversation window so that the user can select one of those choices, you have to enable the display of the yes, no choices. By default, the choices are not displayed to the user, but the bot expects the user to respond with yes or no, or synonyms of yes or no, because internally our platform has been already trained with synonyms of yes or no. Okay. Now, like I was telling in the design phase, for the confirmation node, there are a lot of flows. And out of all the flows, we are using 2 flows, yes and no. And typically that is what we use confirmation nodes for. Okay. So these additional flows that are added over here. You can leave it as it is, but just to remove the clutter from this canvas, I will go to the connections property of this particular node. The first if condition over here is from the context. If you would like to check for value of some other entity and define a flow accordingly, you can define that if condition over here. Okay, I'm removing that because I'm not using it. This if condition is if the user responds with yes. The next if condition is if the user responds with no. And the last else condition is if the user responds with anything other than yes or no. If you would like to display an error message, what you can do is click on this plus sign, add a message node. I'll show you all how to add nodes and all, and accordingly define an error message over there. Okay, which will be displayed to the user if the user says anything other than yes or no. Now, I would like to restrict to yes and no right now. So I'm removing the unwanted flows from the connections property of the confirmation node. Okay, clear till here?
I got a question here, and this is wrong. What about if your both account lookup failed, so nothing returned?
Nothing returned where? Sorry, I didn't get
the bold action.
No, I'm coming to the bot action. I have not reached the bot action state till now. Okay, I'll come to that.
Okay.
So this is the confirmation node configuration that we do. So you can see that if the user says yes, the bot action will be triggered. If the user says no, the cancel message will be displayed to the user. Very important thing. We have added a bot action, but we have not defined how the balance will be fetched. We have just defined provided a description over here that through this action, the balance will be fetched. Okay, but how do we implement that? We have to now configure a service call to a backend system to fetch the balance of the user. And if it is an external, database to which from where you have to fetch the information, the way to do it is through API calls. So as developers, you should have API calls available, APIs available, which you will be configuring within your dialog tasks to drive the conversation. Okay, developers don't create the APIs. They are provided with the APIs, which they will use in the configuration. So as a bot developer, you need to know how to use that API within your bot action. Okay, now expand the bot action. Click on the plus sign to expand the bot action. You can see the set of nodes change over here. And in order to add a service call or an API call, we are going to add a service node from the list of nodes that are displayed. You can either click here, drag and drop this service node into the plus sign, okay? Or if you find that inconvenient, what you can do is you can just click on the plus sign. You can see the list of nodes displayed. Click on service and add a new service node within your configuration. Okay, so I'm adding a new service node within my bot action. Now, once the service node has been added, we are going to work with the configuration of that service node. Okay, so the service node has been added here, and you can see the properties window of the service node is displayed to you. I'm going to use an API that I have. Okay, this API connects me to a table where account related details are given. And for each row, I have an account ID and I have the balance of that particular account. I want to use this particular API in my configuration. How do I do it? The first is change the name of the node. I prefer giving valid names to the nodes because we have to refer to these nodes with the names of the nodes. Okay. So let's say I name it as fetch balance. For an external API call, your service type has to be custom web service. You don't need to make any change over here. And the common API calls that we configure are REST calls. You can also configure SOAP calls within the service nodes. For the details, please refer to our documentation for this. Okay, so I'm going to configure a REST call, but you can select SOAP as well. Once you have provided these information, come to request definition section and you have defined request. Click on this. it will bring you to the page from where you can configure your API call. What kind of a call, whether it is a get call to fetch information, put and patch call to update information, post call to add new information, and delete call to remove information. So all of you who have been using APIs, you all know you have to select the type of call. Since I'm fetching information, it's a get call. Now this is where I'll put my API from where I want to fetch the information. Once again, I'm repeating, you should have the APIs that you're going to work with. Bot developers are not responsible to build the APIs. They are provided with the set of APIs. Now, when you use an API without any filters, it returns all the rows of that particular table to which you are connecting. But I want to add a filter over here so that it returns the row for a specific account ID only. And that account ID is stored within the entity. So how do you pass some entity as a query parameter? Again, different APIs have systems have different ways of passing query parameters. Please refer to the documentation of the API service that you are using. But for the service that I'm using here, I can directly pass a value as a query parameter. Okay, so within double curly braces, we say context dot entities dot the name of the entity which holds the value on which the response of the service call will be filtered. The important thing to know over here is if your filtering condition is stored, the value is stored within an entity, when you're using that entity in your service call as a query parameter, you need to enclose it within double curly braces. And the way to refer to it is context.entities. The name of the entity. Okay. Okay. Now, before we save this, we are going to test the API call over here. So we'll click on test request. Provide a value which is there in the table with which we will test this API call, whether it is working or not, and we will click on test. So that will trigger the service call and you can see a response return. This is a JSON response that is returned. Within the response, we have the body of the response, and within the body, we have the actual balance for this particular account number. And this balance has to be displayed back to the user, the balance that is returned by the service call. I'll save this as a sample response over here. And once we save the sample response, we will save the service call. Okay, so what we are doing is we are adding a service call. Once we add the service call, we go ahead and define the API call. We test the API call, and once it returns a correct response in the JSON format, we save a sample response so that going ahead, anytime if you would like to refer to what kind of response will be returned by the service call, you can come to the sample response section and you can see the response that will be returned. Clear till here? We'll take a break in 5 minutes. Clear till here?
Just one question. Like when we do the one assignment, so what about when we need to implement the API?
No, there you have to work with data tables, not with external APIs. Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
So do we need to make sure that account ID is not a null value before you send to the API request?
No. If there is a failure, we will handle that also. How to handle failures in API calls, I'll show it to you. Okay. You may not save it. Okay. It is the advantage of the developers. Many a time when we are building the conversation flow, we quickly need to see what will be returned by the service call, because when we are displaying something from that response, we need to know the correct name of the component and all. So every time you cannot go ahead and test the service call and see it. An easier way is test it once, save a sample response. Whenever you want to see what kind of response will be required, just come here, click, and it will show you a sample response. Okay, so it is an assistance to the developers. There's no hard and fast rule that you have to save a sample response. Okay. Now coming to the connections property of the service node, there are two parts in it. That is, whenever you are within a bot action, you have to define where your bot action will come to an end. Okay. So the first section, which shows you not connected, is where your bot action will come to an end. And with the service call, the bot action comes to an end. So we'll click here. You can see end of bot action displayed. Select end of bot action. Okay. Now, once you have defined the end of bot action, the next is after the bot action comes to an end, how the conversation will continue. So we have a message node with this name, okay, already defined, and the conversation continues with that particular message node. Clear? Okay, we will just collapse this, and one last configuration before we take a break, because after the break, I'll show you all how to handle failures in service call. But before we take a break, we will just see how we replace these static information that we had provided in the design with the actual values. Okay, so account followed by account number is context dot entities dot account ID. Okay, is now dollar is just a currency symbol. You can use any currency symbol, but the response of the service call will be added within the context once again. So see the way I'm referring to it, we say context dot name of the service node where the service call has been configured. So that is why naming your nodes correctly is very important. Okay. So if you have multiple service calls and you want to refer to a response of a particular service call, the name of the node will help you to refer to it. Okay. So this is the name of the service node. Dot response is the object within the context which will hold that entire response of the service call. Within the response, we have the body, and within the body, we have the balance. Now, to understand this path, you need that sample response, because you need to understand what is the actual response that will come back. Okay, so it is easier to understand if you just test your service call and see the sample response coming back from that service call, so that you can define this path correctly. Clear till here? Okay. We will save this. We have made a lot of changes over here, and we need to ensure that everything is working as expected. So when you are working with dialog tasks and all, we have this talk to the bot option for the developers to test the flows. So click here, which will simulate the end user conversation. So here you are not connected as a stakeholder. You are actually connected to the bot as an end user. So you can see the name of the bot coming up here, and you will see the welcome message coming back within the conversation window. My network is a little slow today, so that is why I'll just change my network when we are taking a break. So you can see the welcome message coming up from the welcome task, which is auto-initiated as soon as the user connects to the bot. Here right now, since I have not trained my NLP engine, so what I will do is use the name of the task to initiate that particular task. Tomorrow, we will see how to handle the variations in the user utterance. So when I say check balance, it will qualify that particular task. And once the task is qualified, you can see the first entity coming into the context. So I had enabled the debug window by clicking on this particular button over here, so that we can see the flow as well. Okay, so you can see the entity node, and it is asking for the account number. I can say either directly I can provide the account number, or I can say something like my account number is, let's say 2. Okay, I put an account number which is there in the table. And once we do that, it will come back with the confirmation node asking for a confirmation, that is, are you sure your account number is correct? And when it displays the confirmation message, it will present the 2 choices to me, yes and no. If I select yes, the flow for yes will be initiated. If I select no, the flow for no will be initiated. Okay, so you can see when it is presenting the confirmation message, the correct account ID is displayed, whatever I had provided. And if you come to session context and variables within the debug window, in the entities section, you can see the value of 2 was picked up from this response and stored within the entity. Okay, so it will always pick up a value that matches with the type of the entity. Now, if I say yes, my account ID is correct, the service call will be made, and the balance that is returned by that service call will be displayed back to the user. So you can see the balance in account 2 is 2820. If you come back to this table for account ID 2, you have 2820. So from the response, it picks up the balance and displays it back to the user. On the other hand, if I just initiate this task once again, okay, and you need to test all the flows, okay? So you can see a different prompt is presented this time, okay? So I just put in an account ID over here. And when it is coming back with the confirmation message, I say, no, I'm not sure about this particular account number. You can see the alternate path has been initiated where the cancel message is presented to the user. So whatever is the configuration of your dialog task, this configuration will be used to drive the conversation that is taking place between the bot and the user. Is it clear till here? Okay, let's take a break of 10 minutes over here, and then we will proceed with the rest of the configuration. I hope all of you all are back from the break. Let us continue with the discussion now. Okay. Now let's look into a scenario. Like we cannot always think that the conversation will flow as we have configured it. So there can be scenarios where the user provides an account number, he confirms it, but still it is an incorrect account number and the API call fails. So whenever you are configuring service calls, it is very important to define a flow which will handle the failure in the response of the service call. Now, how do we do that? I'm initiating the task once again. And when the bot is asking for the account number, I put in an incorrect account number. And let's say the user, without looking into the account number, just says, yes, this is the correct account number. The service call is of course triggered, but since no rows are returned because my table does not have any row with account ID 10, what happens over here is the balance is not displayed. Now, as a developer, you can understand what went wrong. You can, understand, okay, there was something wrong in the service call response due to which the balance is not displayed back. But think of the end user experience. End user will not understand what went wrong over here because the conversation continued when the end user provided an account number, but in spite of that, no balance is displayed back to the end user. So in these scenarios where the service call fails to respond back with the correct information, we should present a proper error message to the user. And to do that, we need to understand what is the difference in the response of the service call, okay, when no rows are found with the account ID. So I'll come back over here to the service node configuration. We'll go to edit request. I will once again test this flow with a value which is not there. Okay, and let us see what is the change in this response. So when we test it, immediately you can see the status code component. In the previous case, it was 200. So it's a global standard actually, where if a service call returns a response, your response code is 2XX. A non-2XX response code means there's an error in the response that is returned. Okay, so here you can see the status code has changed to 500. Okay, and we can define alternate flows on the basis of the status code, because for GET calls, 200 is usually the global standard of success. Now, how do we define those alternate flows? What I will do is I'll come to the connections property of the service node. Okay. Some issue with my platform right now. I'll come to the connections property. Now with the service call, the bot action comes to an end. So I don't need to make any changes in the first part of the connections property. But where the connections property is defined after the bot action comes to an end, I'm adding an if condition over there. Okay, so just click on add if. So from the context, because the response of the service call is within the context. So in the context, the name of the service node, okay, dot response dot. Now the status code is outside the body of the response. Okay, that is why always test your service call once to understand what kind of a JSON response is returned. So status code, and status code had C in capitals. Okay, so it's very case sensitive, the names of these components. So if the status code, the next drop down list contains all the operators that you can use to define this particular condition. Okay, so if the status code returned is not equal to 200, 200 is the success code. So if it is non-200, then we are going to define a flow to handle that error. That flow is not yet defined. Okay, so that flow will have some error messages and all, which is not yet defined. So I'll just keep it as not connected so that I get this plus sign to extend the conversation. Else means the status code is 200. Sorry, I did not put 200. Okay, else means the status code is 200, just the reverse of this condition. So then we continue to present the balance back to the user. So depending on the response code, every service call will return a code to you. A response code will be there. Okay, and typically depending on the action, 2xx response codes are success, non-2xx are failure. So if you want to define a flow, depending on whether it is successful or failure, you have to track that particular component which contains that 2xx or non-2xx value. And on our platform, the JSON response, which will be returned, the status code will contain that 2xx or non-2xx. Okay, so if it is equal to 200, then go in for one conversation flow, else go in for another conversation flow. Clear till here? Okay.
I'm sorry, but I have a question. What is the difference between bot action connections and service node connection?
No, bot action has a connection which is connecting to the service call. Okay, because the service call is within the bot action. So whatever connections you are defining, all of these, it has to be done from the service node, not within the bot action. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Okay.
Okay. Any other question? Okay.
So-
I'll
so
just
this
close
bot,
this. Yeah.
sorry?
Please go ahead.
So that if a branch must come after the fetch balance, right? Or you can define it anywhere within this bot action.
Within the bot action, you have the service node. Within the service node, you have to define it. You don't have any other place to define it.
Okay.
These
Okay. Within
connections
the service.
properties come, yeah, these connection properties are a part of a node configuration. Okay. So
Okay, fine.
within the node configuration, you have to define it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll collapse this bot action now, and you can see there is one flow which is displaying the balance message, but there's another flow which is not yet defined. Okay, so this is the if condition. That is if we receive a non-2xx response. Okay. Now, let us say the way I want to build this conversation is the bot should display an error message that sorry that your account number was incorrect, and also give a choice to the user to rectify the account number. So it should ask the user that do you want to rectify your account number? And if the user says yes, we will connect back to this entity so that the bot re-prompts the user for the account number. If the user says no, because there are a lot of situations where, you know, when we are also checking our balance, sometimes we type in the account number from our memory and then looking at the account number, or maybe they say it's an incorrect account number. Okay, we get that error message. But at that moment, we cannot recollect the correct account number. So we just close the website at that point, or we log out of that particular website. So here also, if the user says, no, I do not want to rectify the account number, we are going to present, let's say, this message that, okay, I'll cancel the task. Because if the account number is incorrect, there's no point of continuing with this conversation. But when you are ending a conversation, it should be with a proper bot response so that the end user knows that this task is getting discarded. So we will present this message back to the user. Clear? Okay, so what I will do is I'll click on this plus sign over here. Okay, that is the if condition. And I will add a new confirmation node over here to confirm with the user whether he would like to change the account number. Okay, so we'll just click on new confirmation node. And that adds a confirmation node over here. Let's just name it. Okay, and here the prompt that will be presented to the user for this confirmation. Okay, and we will present the yes, no choices to the user. Now, from the connections property of this confirmation node, I'm going to remove the unwanted flows that I don't want. But if the user says yes, he would like to change the account number and try again. So we will connect the user back to the account ID node. So see the way I'm defining the connection. If the user says yes, I connect back to account ID node. If the user says no, he would not like to change his account number and try again, then we will present that cancel message to the user. And once again, you can see the importance of naming the nodes correctly, because whenever you are defining the flows, whenever you are referring to a particular node from some other node configuration, the way to do it is through the name that you have given to that node. So giving proper names will help you to identify which node you want to refer to. Okay. Clear till here? Okay. Now what I will do, there's a lot of complexity added over here. The flows are not very clear. So either we can drag and drop the nodes as we want for more clarity, or what we will do is we'll click on this more options. Okay. And we will say auto arrange. So the flows will be auto arranged and you can see the flows with more clarity. So if the, the status code is 200, you will see it if you hover your mouse here, status code is not equal to 200, then the confirmation message is presented. And depending on the response, either we are going back to the account ID node or displaying the cancel message back to the user. Now, once I have made this change, let us go back and talk to the bot and see what is actually happening. I will try the error flow right now. So I'll put in an account number which is not there. We will confirm this when the confirmation message is presented to the user. And unlike the last time where it came back with a message where there was no balance, this time it should display back to me the error message. Okay, so there's a difference in the bot response from the last time we triggered the same flow. Okay, so this time, since the status code was non2xx, you can see the error message presented to the user, the bot asking, would you like to change it? Now, if I say no, it should present the cancel message back to me. So it will display, okay, I'm canceling the task. We can start over when you want. But let's initiate the flow once again and see whether it allows the user to change the account number or not. Okay. And since I'm using these test values, there's nothing fixed about it. You can try out with any account number over here. Okay, so I'm using this fixed values over here. So I just put 101. Let's see the confirmation message. We will confirm it where the error message will be displayed. And here we will say that we would like to change the account number. So if you come to session context and variables, you will see the entity account ID is holding the value of 101. Now, if I say, yes, I would like to change the account number and try once again, okay, as per the flow, it should reprompt the user for the new account number. But is it doing that? It is not doing that. It is again confirming the incorrect account number. If you come to debug window, you will see when I said that I would like to change the account number, it went back to the account ID entity. But since the account ID entity is already holding a value, it is not prompting the user for an input once again. This is a property of our platform that if an entity is already holding a value, it can be an incorrect value as per the logic that we have defined. But since this entity is already holding a value, the bot will never ask the user once again for that entity input as long as this task is in execution. Of course, if I end the task now, I started once again, the entity will be created again. It will prompt me for the account ID. But within the same conversation flow, it will never do it. Okay, because the entity is already holding a value. Is it clear till here what I'm saying? Okay. But as per the requirement of the use case, the bot should prompt the user for this entity. And the solution cannot be that if the user says yes, create a new entity to ask the user for the input once again. Then what should we do over here to ensure that the bot reprompts the user for the account ID? We need to remove the instance of this entity so that when we are connecting back, the entity is created once again and the bot reprompts the user for the input. How do you remove the instance of an entity when you want the bot to reprompt? For that purpose, what we will do is we will add a JavaScript to remove the instance of this entity. Now, in the connection line between the confirmation node and this entity node, I will hover my mouse. Okay. Immediately you can see the option to add a new node. So this happens to every connection line. So if you hover your mouse over there, you will get the option to add a new node. I'm adding a bot action over here because within a bot action, you can define JavaScripts. So I'm adding a new bot action. Once the bot action is added, I will add a node which is referred to as a script node. Okay. I apologize for this delay. This delay is totally on my part actually today. So there's already one bot action that got added. Let me just remove this node. Okay. So I have added a bot action over here. So if the user says yes, a bot action will get executed. Let's just auto arrange this. Okay. So just give me a second, okay? So So the bot action got added here, and within the bot action, what I will do is, now you can see a script node over here. This script node is used to add JavaScripts within your conversation flow. So either you drag and drop the script node here, or you just click on the plus sign, okay? And here select script and add a new script node within your bot action. Now, the script node supports any JavaScript that you would like to add. Okay, so whatever, any complex validation rules and all, which cannot be defined through simple if-else-if conditions, you can use a JavaScript to define those additional flows, okay, additional validations. The simple if-else-if conditions can be done from the connections property of any node. But if you would like to use some complex validations with regular expressions and all, you have to include a JavaScript. JavaScript is the only scripting language that is allowed within our platform. Okay. We will click on define script over here, which will open the script editor. You can enlarge the screen and you can type in your JavaScript. So to remove the instance of an entity, the command is delete followed by the name of the entity. So context dot entities dot the name of the entity. Okay, if there are multiple entities for which you would like to reprompt the user, put a separate delete command for removing each of those entities. Another point to remember is when you are referring to some entities or some response returned by a service call within a JavaScript node, you do not need the double curly braces. Double curly braces around context information is required when you are referring to those information from the bot prompts or messages, or when you are using those information as a query parameter within your service call. If you're referring to these information from the connections property of any node, or you're referring to the context information from within a JavaScript, do not use the double curly braces. Clear? Okay. We will save this JavaScript here, and we will define the connections property where we will say with this particular JavaScript, this bot action comes to an end. And once the bot action comes to an end, we continue with the account ID. Okay. And before we test this, quickly, I will add one more thing. That is, when the conversation is coming to an end, you should always define a good way to end your conversation. Okay, so we always suggest that conversation should not come to an end with messages like this: the balance in your account is this. Okay, where the user is not sure whether the bot will come back with further messages from this particular task or not. So what we can do here is we can add a message node within the flow. This is a suggested way actually. That is, when you're adding a message node, you can say, you can present a proper message where clearly the user understands that the current task has come to an end and the user can continue with some other task. Okay, so something like, what else can I do for you? This is an example, but you can think of your own ways to end a particular task. But with this message node, this task comes to an end. So how do we say that? We will come to the connections property of this message node that we have added right now. And here we will say end of dialogue. That means with this message, this dialogue task comes to an end. Always remember, it is a suggestion that you should end your conversations properly. We see a lot of developers who are building flows. If the user selects yes, there's a whole configuration which is done. If the user says no, end of bot action. It's a very bad way of building a conversation, because the user says no and the bot stops responding. The user does not understand what happened. Think of the end user. You are a developer, you can look into the configuration and you understand. End users do not get to see these configurations. So the user said something, the bot stopped responding to the user. That's not a good way to design your conversations. So every user response should have a proper bot response, and every conversation should be ended in a proper, graceful way. Okay?
Yeah, hi, Jayanti. One question. This is Ritesh here. So in this simple example, the API returned a single value. But what if API returns multiple value? Suppose, I'll give you an example. So suppose I'm having a few loan accounts attached to my bank account number. And suppose if I fire a query that, okay, how many loan IDs are linked to my account? Now the API, suppose API returns 2 records. So how
Right.
can we handle that
Then you
situation?
have to use a JavaScript over there. Your type of response can change to a JavaScript where you see the total number of rows using the JavaScript. It's an array that is returned with multiple rows inside it, right? So you use the length function to find out the number of rows that are returned, okay, within the, the body of that particular response. Use a for loop over there to go through each of the rows and fetch the required details. Okay, I'll just show you how to change it to this thing. 1 second. How to change it to a JavaScript kind of a response. So whenever you come to a bot response, it can be a message node, entity node, or wherever, when you are defining a response, a new response, either you can have a simple response, plain text, or what you can do is you can change it to an advanced response where you can write a JavaScript. So for the scenario you are saying where multiple rows are returned, you have to write a JavaScript where you have to see how many rows are returned, define a for loop, and within that for loop, display each of the information back to the user using the print command. Okay.
Okay.
1 second. So from here also, I will connect back to the what else message. So now my flow looks complete. Let us go back and talk to the bot. I'll just check the incorrect flow that we have designed. Okay, right now we have handled right now. So when the bot is asking for the account number, I will put in an incorrect account number, confirm that where it should display the balance back to me. Let me just stop this. these errors are totally due to my network connection, nothing to do with the platform. So once you will see the error message is displayed, the bot will ask, do you want to change the account number? And this time, if I say yes, I would like to change the account number, it should remove the instance of that entity and create it once again. So the bot re-prompts me for the account ID with the new account number that I provide. So the response time is really slow today for me. With the new account number that I provide, it should initiate the entire flow once again, where the balance will be fetched and displayed back to the user. I just want to show you all that flow. Just give me a second for the connection to be made.
So during development phase, how to clear this screen? I mean, this bot screen.
No, you cannot do it during the development phase. This is a channel side actually integration. So when you are enabling the channel from the channel configurations, you can do these things. But at the development phase, the chat history will always be displayed. You cannot disable the display of the chat history over here. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
But when you are deploying the bot on a channel, the channel configuration pages will give you the option whether you want to display the chat history or you want to disable it. Just give me a second, okay? I want to change my network. Today, my network is really slow.
I have one question. Will you be covering the channel integration?
Yeah, I'll be covering. I won't go into the details because every channel has, the developer should have access to the channel configurations. But I'll definitely show you all how to enable channels and deploy the bot so that you can talk to the bot as an end user. Okay, definitely that is a part of the discussion. Okay.
Second thing is about we are trying to consume the web services, right? So how do we do it the environmental basis, like a dev, QA, UAT and prod?
Those are import export. Those are import export. You build it in the development environment. Once you are happy with that, you take the bot configuration to the QA environment. Once it is done there, then you take the bot to the deployments. So these are different servers and you have to export your bot from configuration from one server and take it to the import it in the other server. Okay, I'll just drop it over here. I'll show you all the talk to the bot once we continue. There's some problem with the network due to which it is not working. But I'll just continue my discussion. The configuration that I have done right now will ensure that the entity instance is removed before the bot re-prompts the user for the input once again. Okay, so that is all that I have done. So, and that has to be done using a JavaScript. Now, the next type of intent, so this was one of the dialog tasks I have configured within the bot. We will be configuring more dialog tasks like this as we continue with the configurations. But yes, the next one that we will see is how to add FAQs within the bot. That is the next type of intent, which is more important. That is very important. And most of the bots that you will see deployed today are to handle the common questions that can come from the user. So these FAQs needs to be defined within the bot, and the responses of those FAQs has to be defined. When the utterance of the user matches with an FAQ, the response for that FAQ, which is defined within the bot, is displayed back to the user. Now, there are three ways in which we can add FAQs into the bot. We can manually add the FAQs one by one, okay? Or what we can do is we can import an external file which contains all the FAQs which are defined within the bot. Or what we can do is we can extract FAQs from a website. Today, we will see all the three ways in which we can add FAQs into the bot. I'll show you all the working of this particular task a little later once I do these configurations, okay? So coming back to the FAQ part, you can add FAQs from the summary page, of course, or you can come to the knowledge AI section from where you can add FAQs. Similarly, like we started building the dialogue tasks from the storyboard itself, or we have a separate section dedicated for dialogue tasks. From there also, you can click on new dialogue and create your dialogue tasks, okay? So coming to the knowledge AI section, which refers to the collection of FAQs that can be answered by your virtual assistant, we will click on get started to add FAQs within the bot. So the first method, we will look into the first method where manually we are going to add FAQs in the bot. So you have add FAQs over here. We will click on this, which will bring us to the FAQ configuration page. Intent name is the FAQ or the question, and bot response is the response of this FAQ. I have a few FAQs available, so I'm not just typing it in. Just copy the FAQ and put it here, but you can always type it in, okay? Now, what is an alternate question? Just like I was telling, a particular dialogue task can be initiated by the different utterances that can come from the user. Okay, so same dialogue task, the user can ask for it in multiple different ways. So same thing for FAQs. End users do not know how the FAQs are defined within the bot. So instead of saying what is a personal loan, the user can say, tell me about personal loans. Okay, so that is a different way of asking the same question.
Yeah, but won't it be handled by training the model?
There are different ways. This is one of the training. Okay.
Okay. No, but this is hard coding, right? I mean, alternate way would be hard coding.
See, we provide a little hard coding and we provide other intelligence to qualify. Now, as a developer, which method you would like to take, that is up to you. Okay, so in the training, I'll show you both the methods. That is how you define alternate questions, because when developers are training, they have in their mind a few alternate ways in which the user can ask the question. And again, additional training is provided depending on the semantic similarity. Okay, we'll discuss that in tomorrow's training session. But of course, when you think of an FAQ, you can think of some of the alternate ways in which the user can ask the question. And if you would like to define it, you can add it as alternate questions. There's no hard and fast rule, you have to do it, but this is one of the ways in which you can train it. Okay. So you can define alternate questions over here. This is the primary question, okay, the question in its simplest format. And then you have the bot response that will be displayed if the utterance of the user matches with these questions, any one of these questions. Again, coming to the bot response section, you can add alternate responses, just like the bot prompts and messages within the dialogue task. And when you're defining alternate responses, you can have channel override alternate responses, which will be given a precedence if the user is connected on that particular channel. If the response is for all the channels, then any one of those responses will be picked up and displayed to the user. And you have all the formatting options over here available, which you can select sections of text from your response and apply the formats over there. Okay, I will just keep one response over here and we will click on save for this first question that we have defined. So this question will be added into my FAQ section. Going ahead, if you want to go in for manual training, once a manual way of adding questions, click on add intent, which will open that page once again. Pick up another question from here, okay, add the question here. If you have some alternate question, clearly defined alternate questions to be defined, so then you can define those alternate questions over here, and the response of the user if the utterance of the user matches with that particular question. So you can keep on adding questions like this into the virtual assistant. And once you have added your questions, okay, before you start talking to the bot, you need to train the NLP engine with these FAQs that has been defined. So only adding the questions and you directly go and talk to the bot will not qualify these FAQs. So after you add the FAQs, make sure you click on the train button, which will initiate the training of the NLP engine. And once the NLP training is done, then we will go ahead and talk to the bot. Now, this method of adding questions is quite tedious because if you have thousands of questions, because the number of FAQs can be very high, okay? So the time, you cannot sit and type in the FAQs one by one. So that this is one of the methods, but we have more efficient ways of adding questions. So once it is trained, we will go ahead and talk to the bot and see whether the utterance of the user qualifies the question or not. Once the name is displayed, we'll just wait for the welcome message to come up, which will implement that the conversation has been initiated. And then we will put an utterance which matches with one of the FAQs which is defined. It was a very good question where one of you asked that whether we have to train with all the possibilities. No, nothing like that. Okay, it has inbuilt capability where if it is partially matching with an FAQ and the similarity score falls within a qualifying threshold, the FAQ will be qualified. So all of those things we will discuss in tomorrow's training session. So I will just see what is, sorry.
So Jayanti, this is Ritesh here. I'm having one more question, but once this part is done, then please allow me to ask that question.
No, please go ahead with your question because it is taking a little time.
Okay. Suppose I'm having 100 FAQ. Okay, I have added, I have trained my model. Okay, then user asks something which is not present in those 100 FAQ. I want to capture this response so that I can add one more FAQ in the list. So how can
you will have the analytics, no? When no intent is qualified, it will be displayed in the bot analytics. Okay, the failure scenarios. Okay, and there you can pick up all those failure utterances and you train your bot accordingly.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
And that would be kind of a nice, I mean, all those suppose, I mean, in the historical data, right? That okay, for last 5 days, these were the 50.
That depends on the date range you select. Okay,
Understood.
so you can apply filters on the basis of date range, on the basis of the intent. There are a lot of filters that you can, apply over there. And the analytics reports will show you the failure scenarios and all. And when you see those failures, you will get to understand. Okay.
Understood. Okay.
Okay. So you can see if the FAQ matches with one of the FAQs that are defined. You can see the qualifying FAQ over here, and the response of that FAQ is displayed back to the user. Okay, so this is how the NLP engine works. The utterance of the user might lead to the qualification of a dialogue task. The utterance of the user might lead to the qualification of an FAQ, or the utterance of the user can lead to the qualification of a small talk as well. Depending on the qualification, that particular conversation will be initiated. So if it is a dialogue task qualification, then you will see the conversation is initiated. If it is an FAQ qualification, then you will see the response of that FAQ is displayed. If it is a small talk qualification, then you will see the response of that small talk is displayed back to the user. Okay. Now, there can be situations where the utterance of the user qualifies a dialogue task and an FAQ together. In those situations, what will happen? It is referred to as an ambiguity where multiple intents are qualified. And there we can train the NLP further to handle these ambiguities. So which intent should be declared as the winning intent, or whether the choice should be presented to the user that all these intents have qualified. Now select the one you would like to proceed with. All of these can be configured within the NLP engine. So tomorrow when we are discussing this, we will see it. Okay, when we are discussing the NLP, there's some issue either with the platform or with my network, I'm not very sure, due to which the response is getting timed out. Okay, so I'll just show you all the configuration and show you all how it is working. If it is not working, if we are getting this, it is not a problem with the configuration of the task. Rather, there's some problem with the platform. Either the platform is responding late or my network is responding late. Okay, so I need to check that out. So you can see the FAQ qualification working over here. Okay.
I have one question. So
please go ahead.
The way you name the dialogue task matters a lot here, right? For it to match.
Yeah. I'll discuss all of these. Today, I have not named the dialogue task. I selected the dialogue task names from that suggested use case. Okay, but why the name of the dialogue task is important, we will discuss that in the NLP training. And it's a really good point. The name of the dialogue task is very important. You should not name a dialogue task as dialogue 1, dialogue 2, dialogue 3, which will not have any similarity when the user is asking for that dialogue task. Okay, so it should be named in a proper way so that NLP finds a similarity in most of the scenario between the utterance of the user and the name of the dialogue task. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Question, please, here. If I ask it the bot here, a different, not the same as you mentioned here, is mobile banking available? So I ask it a different way. Is Core.ai intelligent enough to understand that this question
Yes.
regards this? Okay.
Yes, yes,
Cool.
yes.
Okay.
First thing is, it will look for a similarity actually. Like, is mobile banking available? I say that, does the bank support mobile banking? Something like that. Or do you support mobile banking? So some of the keywords like mobile banking, nouns and verbs are considered as keywords by the NLP engine. If those words are matching with the FAQ, okay, then also you will see the FAQ getting qualified without any training, okay, due to this similarity. And again, if you see the score is coming down and you want to improve the score, there are different ways of training the NLP engine, which we will discuss in tomorrow's training session. Okay.
Okay, cool. Another question, maybe it is not in the scope, but will we discuss the ability to integrate with different LLMs, the ChatGPT, Cohere, or so?
Yeah, I'll be showing you all the integration with OpenAI tomorrow and the advantages of doing that. Okay.
Yes, and the other
we will be discussing.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
So that was the first way in which we add FAQs into the bot. Okay, but this is very tedious because if you have thousands of FAQs, you cannot sit and type in every FAQ over here. It will take a long time. So in those situations, what you can do is you can have an external file, either in the CSV or the JSON format, where you define all your questions inside it and import the file within your bot. Okay, so when you if you want to know, like you want to download a template, okay, or a sample file which will give you the structure of the JSON or the CSV file, you can do it from here. So if you click here, okay, when you go to import knowledge graph over here, you can see you can download a sample CSV or a JSON file. Okay, download the sample files, remove the dummy data from there and type in your input. Let me just quickly explain to you all the structure of the CSV file. The first row is a header row where the first column says all the following rows contain FAQs. Second column is a question ID. This is just a numeric ID, unique numeric ID given to every question defined within this particular file. The third column is the name of the bot where the questions will be added. This name has to match with the way the bot has been named. So it is very case sensitive. So make sure you name it correctly over here. Fourth column is the question that has to be added into the bot. Okay, so that is the primary question. If there are alternate questions for the primary questions, again, this is not mandatory, this is optional. But if you want to define some alternate questions, and tomorrow, again, I'll discuss the importance of alternate questions. So if you want to define some alternate questions, you can do it in this column. The alternate question should come in the rows following the primary question. Okay, so immediately after the primary question, you can have multiple rows containing the alternate questions of this particular primary question. Okay, alternate question should not have a unique question ID associated with it. The unique question ID is given only to the primary questions. The next column is the tags. Now, what are tags? Tags are the keywords that we identify from the FAQs. Now, why do we need tags? Very correctly, one of you said that we cannot predict all the alternate questions. We cannot predict all the different ways in which the user can ask a question. Okay. In that case, a better training to the NLP engine will be to train it with some keywords which, if found in the user utterance, should lead to the qualification of a particular FAQ. Like if you look into this FAQ, what should I do if my debit card is not working? The user can ask this question in multiple different ways. But what are the keywords over there? The keywords are debit card not working. The other words might change. I need to know whom to contact as my debit card is not working. Okay. What is my action if my debit card is not working? Now, these are all different ways of asking the same question. But there are some words which will be repeated because they define the purpose of that question. So they are the keywords, like debit card not working. Now, we can define these words as tags. So tags is basically a comma separated list of keywords which you identify from that question. And if these keywords are found in the utterance of the user, it will help the KG engine to qualify that question. But again, there are levels at which we define the tags, we define synonyms of these tags and so on. So we will discuss all of these configurations in the NLP training part. So that is why I have not defined any tags over here. But the purpose is to identify keywords within the FAQ that you have defined. And finally, the response of the FAQ. The response should be defined against the primary question, not the alternate question. And there cannot be alternate responses which are defined within this file. If you have alternate responses, you have to do it within the FAQ section of your virtual assistant. Okay, so this kind of file, I was just discussing I'll be sharing this recording with you all. So I'm not repeating what I'm saying because we will run short of time. Okay, so if you have any questions further to that, feel free to email me your questions. Okay, so now you cannot define alternate responses. Now, this kind of file can contain multiple thousands of questions to be added into your bot. So remember the structure, but you can download a sample file also. First column just says the following rows contains FAQs. Second column, unique numeric ID. Third column, name of the bot. Fourth column, primary question. Fifth column, alternate questions. Sixth column, keywords identified from those FAQs, if you want to define them over here. And the seventh column is the response of your FAQ. Now, once you have a file like this ready, we can import the content of that file within the bot. But remember, the import method will replace the existing content of this particular FAQ section. So if there are FAQs which are already defined within your bot, they are not available within the file that you will be importing, then first you need to export the existing content of your bot, the FAQs in your bot, either in the CSV or the JSON format, which will download a file within your local system. Copy the questions that has been downloaded, add it into the file that will be imported so that you get those questions along with the new questions when you import the content within the bot. Okay. So once you do that, now these two questions are already there. I don't need to go in for export. All I will do is I'll click on import. So when you click on import, you get this option to download the sample file. Click on the browse to upload the file, select the file. Okay, and click on open. Now click on next to start the import method. Okay, so the timing depends on the number of questions that are defined within the file. Usually it is very quick, but I'm not sure today because there's a real delay in the response time from the virtual assistant or the platform. So that is why it is taking so much time. Let the import method continue. I'll just give me a second. Let the import method continue there. I'm just connecting to a different instance actually, so that I just want to check whether this instance is working. This is one of our internal instances that we have. Okay, so this is actually the time it should be taking. So there is an issue over there due to which it is taking so much time in the production environment. Okay, so once it has been imported, so you can see all the FAQs has been imported over here. We can just quickly click on the train button to train the NLP engine with the new FAQs that has been added into the bot. And then we can go ahead and talk to the bot. So now if my utterance matches with any of the FAQs that are defined over here, you will see the response of that FAQ is displayed back to me. Okay. Now this time, see, it does not match. I wanted to show you all this ambiguity. There is a question that I was talking about. What should I do if my debit card is not working? The user says my debit card is not working. Okay, it does not exactly matches with the FAQ, but there is a similarity between that FAQ and the utterance of the user. The bot is asking the user proactively, did you mean this particular question? And if I click on this question, the response of that question will be displayed back to me. So it has an inbuilt intelligence to understand if the user utterance is similar to the intents which are defined. Okay, and if it gets a similarity between an FAQ and a particular and the utterance of the user, but it is not an exact match with the way the FAQ has been defined, it will ask for the same confirmation that did the user mean this particular FAQ, and if the user says yes or clicks on that FAQ, the response of that FAQ will be displayed back to the user. Clear? Okay. So that is the second way in which we can add FAQs into the bot. The third way in which we can add FAQs into the bot is through if the FAQs are already defined within a website or a PDF file. Okay, so there we can use a method called the method of extraction. I'm going to show it to you all with a website. So I have a website over here. It's a travel related website, but you will see this particular website has FAQs defined inside it. Okay, now I want to extract the FAQs from here and add it into my bot. How do we do it? So we will come back here, okay, to the Knowledge AI page, and here you have manage extracts. Click on this. So you can either extract from a PDF file, which is available in your local system, where your questions and answers are defined, and add those questions and answers within your bot. Or what you can do is you can extract from a website. So click on extract from URL, give a name to your extraction. Any name works over here. Okay, so give some relevant name because you might be extracting from multiple different websites from where you want to add questions within your bot. Okay, so give any name. This suggestion list will not come for you. It comes for me because I keep on using these names again and again. And this is where you will put the URL to access the website from where you are going to extract your questions. So we are going to select this. We are going to put it over here and we will click on proceed. It will begin the extraction method, and depending on the number of questions which are to be extracted, you will see the time differs, but typically it does it in a very short time. Okay, now once you see that 100 questions has been extracted from this website, these questions are not directly added into the knowledge graph. You can see knowledge graph still contains 21 questions we imported from that external file. So the reason behind it is what we are extracting, we may not like to add it directly into the knowledge graph. Okay, so before we add some extracted content into the knowledge graph, we need to review and see whether it matches with our requirement or not. So once the extraction is done, you get this review and add option. Click on that, which will show you all the questions that has been extracted with the responses. Okay. If you want to make any changes here, you can click on the edit button, make your required changes and click on save. If you feel this is very tedious because you have to click on each questions to edit it, make your change and save it, rather you would like to do it externally within Excel, where all the questions are displayed together. You can make whatever changes you want and save it in one go. Then what you do is click on this more options here and say export. Okay, so this is exporting the questions that has been extracted before they are added into the knowledge graph. It downloads a CSV file, and this file can be opened in Excel. And when you open this file, you will get to see all those 100 questions that were extracted. So these are all the 100 questions that were extracted from the website. Whatever changes you want to make it over here, save it. And once your questions are ready, you import the questions back within the extraction. And once again, the import method will replace the existing questions which were extracted. Clear? This is not mandatory. This is used by developers only when they want to edit whatever content they have extracted. Now, once that is done, you can start adding your FAQs within the bot. You can see currently none of them are added into the knowledge graph. So you can select the FAQs that you would like to add from the extracted section, drag and drop it into the knowledge graph. The moment you add a few questions, you will see the status changes to added, and the rest of the questions are not added. On the top, the status bar will show you out of the 100 questions, 4 are added and 96 questions are not yet added. So you can continue with this method. You can select one page full of questions and drag and drop it into your knowledge graph, or you can be very selective about what you want to add from here. Clear? Okay. And once that is done, now you can see the number of questions have changed here. We can go back to the knowledge graph. And before we start talking, so you can see all these FAQs from the travel website has been added along with the banking FAQs. Now we can click on the train button to train the NLP engine and start talking to them. Okay, so once it has been trained successfully, we can go ahead and talk to the bot. So that is the third way in which you can add FAQs. So this is only, yeah, please go ahead.
One thing. So here we saw that, okay, you are using train button, but for the, other one, dialogue builder. So there we didn't see this option training.
You will get this option, okay, because what will happen is, we were working with dialogue tasks that were that I had selected from that particular suggestion list, okay, where NLP was automatically trained when the bot was created. But if I create a dialogue task now over here, like, check bank balance, we click on proceed. I'll just add a message node over here. I don't want to repeat that configuration all over again. Okay, this was done. So we can come to the build stage. I'll just add a message node here.
Yeah, one difference I see between this FAQ and the dialogue, that in FAQ you are having one additional, FAQ, I mean alternate FAQ to help the engine to understand the intent. But for this dialogue task, you don't have that. I mean, everything
you have it within the NLP training part. Okay, that is a part of the NLP training, actually, that alternate FAQs. Here also you will have it when you are adding alternate utterances, which will lead to the qualification of this intent. Okay, you have that also, but we will discuss that in tomorrow's training session.
Understood. Okay.
Okay, now if I do this, okay, and if I directly go back and talk to the bot. So I have defined a dialogue task. Okay, I have not trained NLP. See, immediately it comes back that NLP has not been trained with an intent that was qualified, that was created. So either you can click on the train button from here within the conversation window, or whenever you are creating a new dialogue task, the method should be, you should go to the natural language training part, where you will get that train option coming up. So you have to train the NLP engine with the name of the dialog task that got created. Okay, so that while talking to the bot, the NLP engine can look for semantic similarity between the utterance of the user and the name of the dialog task. So it is applicable in both the cases, but in the initial case for dialog task, it was not required because those dialog tasks were selected from the list of suggested dialog tasks. Okay, when we started building the bot. So NLP was trained with those names when the bot was created. But going ahead, when I'm creating new dialog tasks over here, other than the suggested ones, then I have to train NLP engine. Okay, otherwise it will not qualify that dialog task. Okay. So these are the few ways in which we can add FAQs into the bot. Okay. So that is the second intent that we are configuring within the bot. The third is the small talk. Okay, so let's say I ask an FAQ like this. I have an FAQ and the response is displayed and the user says thanks. A very common thing that we say once our, we ask a question and we receive the response of that question. You can see a small talk qualification and you can see the response of thanks is displayed back to the user. Okay, if I say bye over here, you will see the bot responding to that. So how does the bot know how to respond to these utterances coming from the user? That has been configured within the small talk section. Okay, so we have the default greetings section, which is added to every bot that is built on our platform. And if you look into the default greetings section, you will see the different utterances that is expected from the user and how the bot will respond to it. We have grouped similar utterances together. Okay, within containers, those containers are referred to as concepts. Okay, so we have defined concepts, which are collection of related utterances that can be expected from the end user. So this concept, that is emotion hello, contains all those words like hello, hi, good morning, good evening, good day, glad to see you, good to see you, and so on. Okay, and if the utterance of the user matches with any one of those phrases which are defined within this concept, one of these bot responses will be picked up and displayed back to the user. But immediately what comes to our mind is, how do we know what is defined over here? We can see the name of that collection or the concept coming up. But as a developer, I need to know what is defined here, because otherwise, how do I understand whether something is missing in this definition or not? For that purpose, again, we will go back to the natural language training section. Under the training section, you get concepts. Okay, click on concepts and you will get the list of system-defined concepts over here, which are used in the small talk section. So you can see this concept, for example, you can see good evening, good morning, glad to see you, good to see you. All of these things are defined here. Okay, and if the user utterance matches with these phrases which are defined within this concept, one of the responses will be picked up and displayed back to the user. If you see something is missing, okay, there's some domain relevant way of greeting the bot, which is missing in the system defined concept, you can always click on the edit button and add your own new words over here to the existing concept. But we recommend do not change the system defined concept. What you can do is come back to the small talk section, go to this greetings group, any additional utterance that can be expected from the user, you can add it in directly over here. So you can customize what the user says. Similarly, if you want to change what the bot is responding with, you can type in your response and press enter. Okay. And once you complete these customizations, again, the NLP engine will qualify the small talk. So do not forget to click on the train button to train the NLP engine with the changes that you have done, and then go back and talk to the bot and see if the small talk is working as expected or not. Clear till here?
I guess it accepts emoji as well, right? I mean, I saw
Yeah,
it.
yeah. It accepts it.
Okay.
So that is the small talk section, though it is not one of the primary intents, because primary intents we consider as dialogue tasks and FAQs, but this gives a very human-like touch to the conversations that are taking place. Okay. Is it clear till here? Now, coming back to dialog tasks, because those are the most complex configurations that we can have within our bot. Okay. One of the most important things is that, within the dialog task, how do we capture user responses? It is through entities. Now, there can be a lot of dialog tasks where you need to capture a large number of user inputs. Like, let's say for a banking domain, we have a dialog task through which the user can provide all his bank account related details, like his first name, his last name, his present address, his permanent address, his phone number, his alternate phone number, his email address. If he has an alternate email address, he can provide that, and so on. Now, for each bit of these information, we need to create separate entities. One entity cannot contain all of these information because each of these information are of different type. So we need to create separate entities for each of these information. Just think of a dialog task which has a whole lot of entities configured. Now, the bot will ask for inputs of each of those entities. So the conversation experience can be really bad because the bot is asking one question after another. The bot is first asking for the account, for the name of the account holder. Then he asks for the permanent address. Then the bot asks for the present address. Then the bot asks for his phone number. Now, by this time, the end user will start losing his patience with that particular conversation. Okay, because if too many questions are asked, we do not feel like responding back. Okay, so in real life scenario, how does the bank handle this? When you walk into a bank, you will see they do not ask you for the details. They give you a form. Fill up the form, come back with the details. Okay, so that is how we are going to implement this scenario also. Instead of asking the user for one information at a time, we are going to design a form, present that form to the user, let the user fill up the details within the form and submit that form. And then within the task, we will process that information that has been submitted through the form. Okay, clear till here? Okay. And this is where we come into the digital forms. Okay, so under digital skills, you have digital forms. Click on this and we will click on new digital form. Give a name to your form. Okay. Now this name is very important because we will refer to this form from the dialog task using this particular name. And the name is very case sensitive. So remember, you have to remember the way you have named your form. Display name is what is displayed within the form as a header. Okay, so let's say account details. You can add a description that is not mandatory. The mandatory inputs are the name of the form and the display name of the form. Now, once you provide these two things, click on save and proceed. It will bring you to the form designer where you get to see an empty form with the header that you had provided and all the UI components that you can add into the form are displayed on the left-hand side. Okay, you can build a nice interactive form using all of these components. So the way to add a component is click, drag and drop it within the form, which will add the component and open the configuration of that component. Display name is what is displayed above the text box because I have added a text field. Name is how I refer to this particular component from the dialog task configuration. Okay, so let's say account name. Description is displayed below the display name. So this is optional. Placeholder text is once again optional, which is displayed within the text box unless and until the user types in the input. Okay. If it is a mandatory input, then you can say required is yes. If you want to provide additional help tips on what kind of input is expected, you can provide your tooltip text over here, when the tooltip should be displayed to the user, and where the tooltip should be displayed to the user within the form window. Okay, so all of those can be defined. And once you do that, click outside to close the properties window of this component. So you get to see the display name, you get to see the description, and you get to see the placeholder text coming up. I will add one more text field, a few more components over here. And if required is yes, you get this asterisk, which makes, it makes it evident that this input is a mandatory input. And I'll select the email address component, okay, so that we capture the email of the user. So I don't put a description here. So this way you can continue designing your form if you want to present choices to the user, okay, like as radio buttons or checkboxes and all, you have all those options available. If you're adding a radio button or a checkbox, okay, so once you add the component, you will get the properties, give a display name, let's say account type. Name is internally how you will refer to it, and the choices to be presented is to be defined under data settings. So click on add values and define the choices to be presented. So savings and checking. And so on. Whatever should be the, the default selection, just have that enabled over here. Click on done. Once you're done with that, you get all the choices coming up. Okay. So that way you can define radio buttons, drop-down list, checkboxes. I will share a document with you all with all the details of these configurations of the different components. Okay. Let us say you want to display the calendar for the user to select a date. So you have the date type of a component here. Click and drag and drop it. So once the component is added, if the user clicks here, the calendar is displayed. And the user can select a date from the calendar. Let's say there's a requirement that there's a validation to be performed on this particular date, that the user can select a date from the past or today's date. So future dates are not allowed to be selected. Now, how do I do that validation? Because currently without any validation, I can select any date over here. So what we will do is we'll come to the properties of this particular component. Okay, this is how the date will be captured, MMDDYY. If you want to change the format, you can do it. If you want to display the time along with the date, you can enable the display of the time in any of the time formats that is supported. Okay, and then you have the validation rules over here. Okay, please note how I am defining the validation rule. First, the error message to be displayed to the user. Okay, this is the error message to be displayed to the user because we are not going to allow the user to select a date from the future. And when the validation should be performed, you can select it either when the user selects a date and presses the tab to go to the next component, or whenever there is a change in the content of that particular component, we want to trigger this validation. So I select on change. Now, what is the validation rule? Remember, the way to define the validation rule is if the rule is satisfied, the error message will be displayed. I'm again repeating it. Okay, there's a catch here. If the rule is satisfied, then the error message will be displayed. So you can think of it as an invalidation rule, because typically when we define if-else conditions, our if conditions are the happy scenarios, else are the errors. Here it is just the reverse. If the if condition, if the validation rule is satisfied, the error message will be displayed. So I'm going to add a rule over here. Option, the date selected by the user, if it is greater than the current date will return the date on which the user is seeing that particular form. We cannot define a static date. If I'm seeing the form today is the range, okay, the last range for the acceptable date. If the user is seeing the same form day after tomorrow, then 11th becomes the date till which the days are available. Okay, so the dates are acceptable. So current date will return the system date. So if the date selected by the user is greater than the current date, then the error message will be displayed. If you want to compare with a specific date, then you select value and select the date from the calendar with which you would like to do the comparison. If there is another date component within your form and you want to compare between these two, then select field and select the component which is of the date type. I don't have anything, so that is why it is not showing me the option. But here I want to check with the current date. So once I define this, if you come here, you will see if I select a date from the future, my error message is displayed. But if I select a date from the past or I select today's date, the validation is acceptable. Clear? Okay. So this is how you define a very interactive form with all kind of components over here, just the way I've defined it. Now, once the form has been designed, how do you present the form to the user in the conversation window? The form has to be invoked from a dialog task. So now what I will do is I'll come here, I'll create a new dialog task. Let's say I name it as submit account details. Okay. Add a description and then we will click on proceed. We will directly build the dialog task because the design will be automatically generated. Okay. So once the task is initiated, I will like to present that form to the user. How do you initiate a form from the dialog task? Click on the plus sign, go to digital forms over here. You can see the name of the form coming up. Select the form to be initiated. So if you have multiple forms designed, all the form names will be displayed. You can select the one with which you would like to proceed. Now there is a catch about digital forms. Digital forms can be displayed on the text-based channels only. So if you are enabling, let's say, voice-based channels on your within your bot going ahead, you cannot display digital forms over there. So how do you handle a scenario if somebody calls up and says, I would like to submit my account details? So in that case, entities are channel agnostic. So entities can be used across all the channels that are available within our platform. So if you have a scenario where going ahead, there can be possibility that a voice-based channel is enabled for this particular bot, instead of just saying only form UI, which will always try to display the digital form to the end user, we will go in for the next experience, that is both digital form and conversational experience. This is to be selected only if you have the possibility of enabling voice channels going ahead. Otherwise, you can just select this one. Click on next. Select the channel where the form will be displayed. So I'll be enabling the web channel today. So I select the channel where the form will be displayed and we click on done. You will see a transition has been added within your conversation flow. Okay, and there is a logic node where an if-else-if condition has been defined. Here, all we are checking is whether the last message of the user came from the web channel or from some other channel. So if it is the web channel, the form is presented to the user. If it is from any other channel, which is not the web channel, you can see another dialog task getting initiated here. Okay, this is another dialog task getting initiated. This is the digital form. Now, who created this dialog task? I have not done anything. If you come out, just because I had selected that experience, both digital form and conversation experience, you can see another dialog task has been already defined where every form component has been replaced with an entity. This is our legacy dialog builder actually, not the current one where the design is automatically generated. But since for this particular experience, I don't need the design and all, it is just replacing the form components with the entities. That is why we do not go in for that complexity. So every form component is replaced with an entity. So the prompt will be, changed to speech and presented to the user. Clear till here? Okay. I'll come back to this task, okay, and then you can continue with your flow. You don't need to do anything in that new task. It is just to handle those channels. And then here you can continue with your flow. I will continue with the flow where the digital form is presented. So you will see that when we talk to those, sorry, I did not train the NLP engine. Let me just initiate the training of the NLP engine. Because we have created a new dialog task, I need to train NLP engine with the name of that dialog task so that the dialog task is initiated. Okay, the training is completed. So we go in for submit account details over here. You can see there is a prompt presented to me along with the name of the form. Okay, if we click, the entire conversation window displays the form that I have designed. Okay, we can put in our details over here. Like, let's say we can put in an address and the email address. And once we put that, we click on submit. You can see a message coming up that the form has been submitted, but in the debug window, you can see the dialog task was, completed. So whatever information was captured within that form, that is actually lost. Okay, the form captured the information, but beyond that, we have not done anything to save those information that was captured in the form. So when the dialog task is coming to an end, since the form is defined within the context is getting refreshed. So whatever is there in the context, that is all deleted. So whatever information was there, that is lost. So how do you save these information? Okay, we will see that, but before that, the configuration of this digital form. This is the user prompt that will be presented above the link to display the form. You can customize it or add your own prompts. Error prompt is displayed if you are putting some information within the form which does not match with the type of the component. So when you click on the submit message, this error prompt will be displayed to you. The submit prompt, there is an ongoing issue that the customized submit prompt is not presented. But once this issue is resolved, you will see the submit prompt, depending on your customization, is displayed within the conversation window when you click on the submit button. Okay. And finally, whether the form will be displayed in the entire conversation window like you saw right now, or do you want your other messages to be displayed along with the display of the inline form? Okay, so the form will be there along with the other messages that were there in the conversation window. Okay, so that is called the inline form display. Clear till here? Okay.
The final message that the form is submitted is it automatically provides, is it?
Yeah, it is internally provided. Okay, we allow customization, but currently the general customization is not working. Okay, you can define a channel override, that will work. But if you define a prompt for all the, the submit prompt for all the channels, that is not working currently. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. When the form is submitted, the bot will respond. Form successfully submitted. So I want to change that message. So how can I do it?
I just now said that. Okay. You can do it from the submit prompt where you add a prompt, define a channel and define your submit prompt over there. Just now I said that. Okay. So otherwise the default internal prompt will be displayed to you. Okay.
Okay.
Now, once the prompt, that is the form is displayed and you click on the submit button over there. Most important is the information that you have captured. Of course, it is for some purpose. So if it is lost, then there's no point in capturing that information. So either if you are saving this information into an external table, then what you can do is you can add a post service call, API call, and save the information. But let's say you do not have any external table, you want to use the internal tables that are available within the Core AI platform. So what we will do is come back to the landing page, go to data. Here we will create a table. Okay, so I'm creating a new table. Let's name this table. You can add a description, the purpose of the table, define the columns over here. So give a name to your column. Let's say the first column is the name of the account holder. The type of the column, these 3 column types are supported. Okay, so I'll keep it as a string only. Required is if it is a mandatory input. Okay, every row should have a value for this particular column. Encryption is applied when you are exporting the table data so that the data is not visible in the response of that particular export. Referential integration when you want to validate the value given for this column from some other master table. Okay, so that is referential integrity in RDBMS. You can check out that concept. So you have to create your master table with a column in the master table which contains the value, which are the set of values acceptable for this column in this child table. Okay, so you can define your referential integrity, maximum length of values supported for this column, and the default value which will be used if a row is inserted without any value for this particular column. So the default value will be used in its place. I'm not using the rest of this thing. The mandatory things are the name of the column and the type of the column. Okay, so I'll just quickly define some columns over here, matching with the components that I have defined within my form. Okay, now once you do the column definition, coming down to indexes, indexes are used for better search and retrieval of data. And typically indexes are created on the column, which is used in filtering the response of the service calls. So you can provide an index on the email because we are going to filter the response of the service calls to this table on the basis of the email. If you want to ensure every row has a unique email, there's no 2 rows with the same email, you can enable the unique constraint over here and select the column on which you want to apply this and the sort order, either ascending or descending. So once you do that, the column is being selected. Click on the tick button to save it. So that is your creation of index. So this is the schema definition with the columns and the indexes that you want to create. And finally, remember, just creating a table does not mean every bot can access the table. The bot has to be authorized to access this particular table. Okay, so once you define the table, come to the bot assignment section, select the bot with which you're working and give it the permissions as per the requirements. So I'm going to give the read, write, and delete permission. But if you want to restrict access to the content of this table, define your permission accordingly. Clear till here how to create the table? Okay, we will create the table. Sorry, I made a mistake here. You cannot have spaces, just like entity names, you cannot have spaces over here also. So my table has been created and the bot has been assigned the permission to access this table. Let's go back to the bot with which we were working. And now what I will do is whatever information I'm capturing in the digital form, I want to add it into my table. How do I do it? Now see, I was working with the build directly. My design has been automatically generated. Okay, we'll come here. You can do it, but you have to have an API call to connect to it. You can store it in external this thing. There's no link that if you're using a digital form, there has to be a data table. Okay, but to connect to any external table, you need an API call, configure a post API call. And if you do not have any external table, you can use the internal data tables. Totally up to you. Okay, but we don't have any restrictions that with digital forms, you have to use data tables. Okay. Now coming back to this flow, once the form is displayed and the user provides the, the inputs for those components and clicks on submit, what I will do is I will add a bot action over here because it is through a service call that we will save the details within the data table. Okay. So once the service call has been added here, the bot action has been added. I add a new service node. Within the service node, let's give a name to it. And from custom service, all of you all please note, from custom service, since we are accessing an internal data table, I'm changing it to a data service. Okay. Custom service is used for external services where we are using API calls. So we are using an internal data table, we change it to a data service. And now we come to define request. It's very simple to use the tables on our platform. You can see the name of the table automatically coming up. If this bot has access to multiple tables, the names of all the tables will come up over here. Select the one you would like to work with. What action do you want to perform? Do you want to add data? You want to get data, that is fetch information? You want to update or delete data? I'm adding new information into the table. I say add data. Immediately you get the columns and the type of data type coming up for you. All you need to do is to provide the value to be added. If you are capturing information within entities, then what do? You say within double curly braces context.entities.entity name. Okay. But since we have captured the information within a digital form, the way to refer to it is context.forms. Okay, dot the name of the form. You have to type it in over here, so be careful. Name of the form, dot the name of the component from the form. Okay, so this is how you refer to the form components. Context.forms.name of the form, dot name of the component within the form. So in any dialog task where you are initiating a digital form, anywhere in the conversation, if you want to refer to some information that is captured within the digital form, maybe in a message node, maybe in a confirmation node, or in a service call, you do context.forms.name of the form, dot name of the component within the form. Okay. But there's no restriction that is with data tables, you have to use digital forms or anything like that. You can also capture the inputs within entities and you can refer to entities from here. Okay, now once I put in all this information, we will click on save. Do not click on test. It will come up with an error message because these context objects will be available only when you are talking to the bot. Okay, at the designing time, the context is not created. So we will click on save here. And once we save this, we'll come to the connections property. Okay, we can define the end of the bot action. And let's say I want to end this conversation as well with the message, what else can I do for you? Now, either I can add, I have to add a new message node here, but if another dialog task has the same message node, you can reuse it also. So you will see the list of existing message nodes displayed for any component. It can be an entity, confirmation node, message node. It is reusable in all the dialog tasks. So you do not need to define it all over again for the same purpose. But since I do not have that here, I'll just create it. Okay, and we will define the end of dialog. So that completes my dialog task. Let us quickly go and talk to the bot and see whether the service call is adding the information within the table or not. So you can see the form display. This time I get an inline form display, not a full page form display. Okay, we can type in a name over here. Okay, Now, once we provide the details, I'll just copy this. Okay, we will click on the submit button to submit it. So when you submit it, if you scroll down here, you can see the service calls are made. Okay, and if you click here, you can see the information. The payload contains the information that you had provided within the form. Okay, which tells you clearly the payload that was sent to add the data into the table contained the information that we had provided within our form. Okay, so the row has been added. So before we end the session quickly, we will see how to fetch information from a table and display it back to the user. So what I will do is I'll create a new dialog task. Let's say fetch account details. Okay. And we will click on proceed. Now, email address is unique. So it is the best to ask the user for his email address and filter the response of the table on the basis of that email address. So I'm creating an entity over here, a new entity, let's say user email. Okay, that's the name of the entity, but I'll change the type of the entity to email so that the bot ensures the response of the user is in the format of an email. The user prompt, do not forget the user prompt. Okay, now once you provide this prompt, we are going to add a service call over here to fetch information for this email address. Okay, so the bot action, and within the bot action, we are going to add a service call. Once again, I'm fetching data from a data table. Okay, this is the name of my service node. And since I'm fetching data from a table, my service type changes to a data service. Okay. We'll go to define request over here. My action changes to get data. Okay. Now let's see what happens without a filter. So I'll click on test now without any filter, and you will see the payload is returned. Payload is actually the body of the response. So in the bot responses and all, we will not use the word payload. We will use body over here. Now within the body of the response, you have a component called total, which returns the number of rows. So here you do not have the 200 non-2xx, 2x's, rather you have the total number of rows that are returned. So for a get call, if total is 0, that means no rows are returned. If total is equal to a value which is not 0, that many number of rows are returned. And within the query result section of your response, you have the entire information that was returned by that service call. Okay, clear till here? Okay, I will add a filter on which column. On the email column, it should be equal to the email entered by the user. So we say context dot entities dot user email. Always remember the names of the entities and all are very case sensitive. So you have to name it exactly the way you have defined it. Now, once you do that, you click on save over here to save this. Since this is within the bot action, first thing, define the end of the bot action. And now I'm adding a if condition. Why? To see whether rows are returned or not. Okay. So here I will say from the context, the name of the service node, that is fetch table data dot response. Okay, dot body is the payload that is returned. Within the body, we have total. Okay, if it is greater than, one second, if it is greater than 0, that means rows has been returned. Else means the total is equal to 0. That means no rows has been returned. So we are going to define our alternate flows accordingly. So see, the way we are checking whether the get data call is returning response or not is a little different between service calls where you are using APIs and if you are connecting to a data table. Clear till here? Okay. Now what I will do is, I will just collapse this. Okay, so the if is always the straight line, else is the bent line. So if a row is found, I'm going to add a new message. Okay, let's say we name it as user details. Okay. And what we will do is, let me just go to manage so that I can show you all a full screen view. I want to print back some information that has been returned, okay, from that service call. Let's say the name. How do you do it? Once again, context dot the name of the service node where the service call has been configured dot response dot body. Body is the payload. Within the payload, we have the query result, which is an array. If there are multiple rows, you will the index starts with 0. But since email address is unique in my table, if I'm filtering on the basis of the email, 2 rows cannot be returned with the same email. Either there's a row or there are no rows. Okay, so if there is a row found, then the index position will be 0 dot the name of the column within the table, which holds the information that I would like to use. Once again, context dot name of the service node dot response dot body. Body is the payload. Within the payload, we have the query result followed by the component that we would like to use over here. We will save this. And the else part, let's display an error message to the user. I'll just take 5 minutes to complete this, okay? And we will say no information. A proper error message should be over here. Now, once we complete the flow, let us quickly go and talk to the bot and see whether it is working as expected. Always remember, whatever conversations you are designing, again, I did not train it. Anyways, whatever conversations you are designing, you should always test it whether it is working or not. Okay, and all the flows should be tested. Do not assume that things are going to work as expected. So always make sure that before you deploy the bot, you are always testing all the flows that you have designed so that you can be sure that it is working as expected. So now what we will do is we will go in for the name of the dialog task. Okay, it is asking for the email address. Let me just copy the email address that I had used for the row. And let us see whether it returns the name or not. And you can see the name has been returned from the table. So that means my service call returned the information, and from that row that was returned, the name has been picked up and displayed back to the user.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Can we fetch this information from, say, a channel specific like Twilio without a user prompt?
Twilio is a channel, right?
Correct.
It is
So
a channel.
say a inbound SMS or phone call, and then basically it would pull the inbound phone number and then fetch the information from the data table based on the phone number.
Yes, you can do those configurations. Those are user context information. Okay, so those kind of information can be captured while the conversation is taking place. So you have some user context and all available. Of course, if it is a consumer bot, then it will, for voice channels and all, you can, track those phone numbers and all from where the call has been done. Those information will be available within the context and you can use those information. That is available, those configurations. You can look into our documentation for those kind of configuration. Okay. Or if you want to prompt the user, you can do it from here. So it's totally up to you. Clear?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. There was a question. I said the prompt is not going, the submit prompt is not working. Okay. So unless and until you define a channel override prompt, it is not going to work. Okay, this I had mentioned when we were discussing about the form component. So these are the different types of tasks that we can configure within the bot. Okay. The dialogue tasks are the most complex because they drive the conversations that are taking place. Other than that, FAQs are also very important. And you have the small talk, though we do not consider it, that much important, because there's already a default small talk which will handle the common greetings. But of course, you might need to customize that as per your requirement. And you can additionally design digital forms and data tables and all to work with the information that you are capturing. In tomorrow's training session, we will see how to train the NLP engine to qualify the intents, how to test it, and then we will deploy the bot quickly on a channel, that is the web channel, talk to the bot as an end user, and look into the analytics reports that will help you to understand how the bot is performing after it has been deployed, so that if there are failures, we can further improve the configuration to handle those failures. Okay. Any questions on anything that we discussed today?
I got a quick question. So for those tasks, can they work as a module and can be integrated into a one application?
One application, what do you mean by one application?
So like say I create the bank account, so I can integrate all those tasks into that application. Can I do that? So which
mean to say that all of these different dialogue tasks, they can be initiated from an application? You can do that. Okay, so application means that typically we allow channels from where the user can initiate it. Okay, now if it is an messaging application, of course there has to be a way to pass user utterances or utterances to initiate the task. Okay, so that has to be there. But if it is an application, messaging application that is not available as a channel on our platform, you can always enable the webhook channel, which will give you an URL, and that URL can be integrated in the external application from where you can initiate the different tasks. That is possible. But for initiating the task, there has to be an input. So without an input, the task cannot be initiated. So that input either has to come from the channels, or if it is coming from some other application, you can integrate through an webhook URL, but there also you have to pass some input which will qualify a particular dialogue task, and then only it will be initiated. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
I have one question. So when you are designing this bot, can we take it like all the static information we can have as a fact, and those kind of tasks that requires interaction with databases and other sources, we can design it as dialogue task?
Yes, that is the purpose. Okay, the FAQs have static responses. Dialogue tasks are entire conversations where you have different types of input capturing. You have confirmations, you have service calls to connect with external services. You can have message nodes to present information. You can have JavaScripts to implement complex validation rules and all. So dialogue tasks are more complex in configuration compared to FAQs.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, please.
Oh, okay. I have a question. So I would say, yeah, this course is very valuable, and I used to find the data table before, but now I forgot where could I find it?
Sorry, can you please repeat it? What did you say?
Where could we find the data service?
Data service means for adding it to the data table?
Yeah, the data.
Okay. So what I did was I added a service node over here. Okay, for that I defined a data table first, and then I added a service node. Okay, bot action. Within a bot action, I added a service node. The service type changed to data service. And then I went in for edit request and we defined the request.
Yeah, but how we could find the data service? I mean, the how to define the email and define the name?
The filtering condition
Yeah, where
That
is it?
email that I
No.
had.
It is not to fetch or get or add. It's just how to define the table.
Okay. How to define the table. So you come out, you come to your landing page, you have data option. Go here. Click on new table. Okay. Give the name. Come here. Define your
Oh.
columns. Okay. If you have indexes, define your indexes. Okay. And then give the bot the permission to access your table.
Yeah, I found it. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, yes. JSON format. When you export, it is always in JSON format. Okay. We'll discuss. I'll show you all import export in tomorrow's session. So that is all we have in today's session. I'll be sharing the recording of the session my time tomorrow morning, because Zoom will take some time to, process this recording and make it available. You all can have this recording for your reference purposes. And tomorrow we will continue the discussion with NLP training and the testing of the bot. This question, you need to share screenshots and all. I cannot debug it right now. Or better, you can share this question with our support team. They will be able to help you better. Okay, what is
Thank
the
you.
error with the channel and all. Okay, so thanks all of you all for joining today, and we'll connect back tomorrow same time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you.